What's up, everybody? This is the Jedi. Good afternoon and good evening. First, I'd like for you to check in and make sure you could hear me. I'm not really sure about my sound. I got a little meter back here that tells me how strong the mic is, but I don't believe it. So if you could check in, and also we're on the software that was giving us the camera issue. The other software, we get glitches, not lately, but on this one we had stopped using it because every time I try to add the camera once I go live, I'm not live. Everything's live except me. So check in if you are having any sound issues or if you can't hear me. Test. Check in if you are. Oh, I hear me. Any sound. The thumbnail and the title of this stream is not going to be all we're going to talk about. It is indeed just a lead in. It is a lead in, but alas, we have other things that we want to and will talk about. And we have to talk about it because, you know, this is the first day of March, and our most sacred and blessed month of Ramadan for Muslims begins going to be probably around the 10th of this month. As I've shared with you in the past, Ramadan is the most wonderful time to be alive. Every Muslim on earth, and I speak for all 2 billion of us when I say the following: every Muslim on earth is anxious, praying Allah that they will get to Ramadan, that we will get through the holy month successfully, and are deeply saddened when the holy month is over. Deeply, deeply saddened, because our Maker has made a promise to us as it relates to the holy month of Ramadan. Ramadan is the 9th month of the Islamic calendar. Remember, we're not on the Christian calendar. So Ramadan represents the 9th month of the Islamic calendar. Just like it'd be January, February, March. Well, this is Ramadan. And our Maker has promised all of us, mankind, that during this blessed month, the doors of hell, temptation, the devil, are chained. And that because there's nothing you can do for the divine, there's nothing you can do. Allah doesn't need anything from you at all. Nothing at all. Nothing. Nothing. Zip. Nada. Nothing. God needs nothing from you. He don't need your money. He don't need your time. He don't need you. He don't need nothing about you at all. At all. I want to be very clear. God doesn't need anything from you. You are nothing. But we need everything from Allah, including our next breath. Everything. And it is in this holy month that Allah says to mankind, I will allow you to do this. I'll allow you to do this, and I will bless you. I'm allowing you to do something on my behalf. I'm allowing you. So our holy month is centered around the Quran. Indeed, it is the month of the Quran, because all revelation that has ever come down to mankind, whenever, has always been sent down during this holy month. And so it's primarily about the Quran, so that when you always hear me say, Muslims, we know our book, 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 we know our book. Well, we know our book because not only are you reciting it every day, portions of it 5 times a day when you pray. I have videos here on the channel that outline Ramadan, that that outline the fasting, all of that. But part of what you do each day during the holy month is you're reading a 30th of the Quran. And so that by the end of the holy month, you've completed the entire book. So even slacker Muslims, and if they're not slackers, maybe their life is just very busy and they just cannot get their Quranic readings in. They just can't get it in. They can't. They move heaven and earth to get it done during Ramadan. Heaven and earth. And it is such a blessing if you die during the month of Ramadan. Like you're going straight to Jannah, straight to paradise, straight to paradise, straight to paradise. I went to a janazah, a funeral of a Muslim sister. I feel it was like maybe 3 or 4 years ago. There was a woman in our mosque who passed away during the holy month. And while her family was so torn apart, her husband especially, he was devastated. Could not go on. There he was sitting on a rock, weeping. And he just kept saying, she was a good woman. She knew Quran. She was a good woman. She was a good woman. And y'all know I cried everything, but I'm trying to be strong. And it was during the day, so we're all out there fasting, so our stomachs are growling. And I just went over and grabbed him and began to kiss him, you know, and say Arabic prayers upon him, you know. But it is seen as a high honor and a blessing if you pass away during the holy month of Ramadan. And then also, but everybody knows about the fasting. That's the thing that most people associate with Ramadan, and it is. But I need you to know that's not the main central piece. The central piece is the Quran. But then second to that is the prayer and, or I'm sorry, the fasting. Well, the Quran, the prayer, and the fasting. All right, in that order. And the fasting is from sunup to sundown. And I have videos here on the channel that outline for you what that looks like, what suhoor is, the meal that we have before the sun comes up, the rules surrounding it, and then nothing crosses your palate the rest of the day. Once the sun comes up, nothing crosses your palate again except for your spit until the sun goes down. And there are other things that can break the fast other than you just eating. And it's not uncommon for people to accidentally eat. You can forget you're fasting. You know, your day gets a little busy, you're doing some things, and it just slips your mind. But the moment you take something and you start eating, you're like, oh, I'm fasting. Or you have a drink of water or something because it becomes habitual, you know. But that doesn't break the fast. If you break it unintentionally, you stop right then and there, then you could continue fasting the rest of the day. It doesn't break your fast. All right. But you do need to watch your tone and monitor your movement. And there are you can't have sexual relations with your wife during the fast. We abstain from all sexual activity, brothers. And then of course, you know, you don't want to. It's a resetting of your whole moral compass, everybody. This to just button it up. It's a resetting of your entire moral compass. You know, they talk about the reset button. This is really the reset button. So says the divine. Because so many of your shortcomings, your misgivings, and your disobedience, your weakness, whatever, is obliterated and wiped away on your slate during this holy month. That's why the criterion is so high. You know, I always tell you, anything of great value requires great sacrifice. And you should take that also as a statement of wisdom as it relates to just leaving this world and going into the afterlife. Christians think that some man died for them, and it didn't happen. We're talking about paradise, eternal paradise. No more death, no more white devils, no more suffering, no more hunger, no more strife, no more bitterness, no more anger, no more anything. That's humongous. So you think there's no price for that? No price? No price? Nope, you just do nothing? Nothing? It is the eternal price, is the eternal goal, is the eternal reward, the final reward even. That's it, it's final. There's no other goals to set beyond that or after that. No more bucket lists, no nothing. You're done. That's it. You made it to paradise, you're done. I did it. I'm done. I did it. So I'm perfect. And you kind of are perfect if you end up in paradise. So each day the Muslim lives pursuing this. You know, it doesn't have to be the month of Ramadan. Our every action and deed is predicated on this pursuit, you know. And so certainly when you see our brothers and sisters in Gaza dealing with the ultimate price and test that they're dealing with, it is from that place of understanding that you see them still giving praise and thanks to Allah while they're being bombed, because they understand what every Muslim understands, and that is that this is a temporary station that has an expiration date. It will be over. Nobody argues about that. It's the one argument nobody has on the earth. Care how much they disagree about anything else, this is the one area where not one single human being has an objection or a difference of opinion. We all agree we're leaving this world. We're leaving. We're leaving. We're leaving. Damn it, we're leaving. And so I wanted to fill in, like I'm filling while I'm talking. And I wanted to have this playing while I'm saying this. And it is indeed the perfect opening for our talk today, because the first clip that I'm going to show you is what let me know was the universe saying, this is where you're going to start today, Jedi. This is your starter. This is your opening starter piece. This is it. And so we will begin with that, inshallah. This that you see on your screen now is one of the videos that I made last Ramadan. Ramadan before last, I think it was. Wait. Last Ramadan. Ramadan before last. Whatever. Alright. It's Ramadan. And so here I was showing my my meal that I have. Just a little bit of this plate. Just a little bit.
It has no food. No food.
In fact,
is the date.
let me take a restroom break. You can see just a little bit of this because you can go to the channel and watch it on your own.
And of course,
I want to come back, see who's here, shout you out, and we'll get into our first piece. All right. That's what we're doing.
In life is the date.
Oh, and I need
In
punch.
fact, the Prophet Muhammad
I can't.
ﷺ said that a house without dates has no food. No food. And then, of course, this is Propel, everybody. This is my great Propel. So instead of just plain water, which I'll have plain water too, and I don't have my tea on here, but you know, you're gearing up to fast for the day, and you can't pig out, otherwise that doesn't count. So, but you want to take enough sustenance that you're getting some nutrition, so that you're literally not starving yourself to death. So that's why I have the pineapple and the potato cakes, something a little heavy. But the dates have everything that you need in life. For many thousands of years, Bedouins to this day still survive on the Sahara on just dates and camel's milk, you know. So I also have, like I say, the Propel because that helps with my hydration. Because remember, I can't have any water, no liquid, no food, no nothing is going to cross my palate until this evening. So this is an example of suhoor. And, you know, different people do different things. There's no hard rules on what you can eat and not eat. It's just the quantity. Like I say, you can't put out a Thanksgiving spread and go, well, I'm going to be fasting today, so I need to eat all of this. You can't do that. All right. So this is my suhoor meal, and it's about almost 30 minutes before the prayer. So that's a perfect time because I don't have to scarf this down. I can have time to eat it at a comfortable pace and then be done and then be ready to make the prayer, the first prayer of the day, which is Fajr. Okay. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. This is the Jedi. And you can tell that I just woke up. Anyway, we're back again. This is day 5 of the blessed month of Ramadan for Muslims. And again, we are here for the first prayer of the day, which is known as Fajr. If you didn't see the previous video from yesterday, you can go and watch it. I'm going to keep these short. That way it'll be easier for you to watch them. So I'm going to do the Fajr prayer now, and then I'll have some statements after, inshallah. Allahu Akbar. Subhanaka Allahumma wa bihamdika wa tabarak wa ta'ala wa la ilaha ghayruk. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki yawmiddin. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أعوذ برب الناس ملك الناس إله الناس من شر وسواس الخناس الذي يوسوس في صدور الناس من الجنة والناس. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده ربنا لك الحمد. الله أكبر. سبحان بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم.
Okay, so there's just a little bit of that for you. As I say, you can go on the channel and so there's just a little bit of that for you. As I finish watching it for yourself on the channel. Also, so there's just a little bit of that for you. I'm glad that I watching it for yourself. Took this to the restroom with me because on this software, when I play clips, you get echo. So I need these so that I can hear what I'm playing for you, and I don't have to have my house volume up so I can hear it, because the mic will pick it up and then you get echo. So this will prevent that, inshallah. Test. This will prevent that. No. I know that's the right one. Stop playing with me. It's always something. Oh well, there's more than one way to skin a cat. Just go to our trusty phone. See how trusty it is. You feel me? And stuff. And stuff. Wait. YouTube. Me. The stream. Test. Okay. All right, we're good. Now, so, first let me see who's here. And then I want to get at our first piece. Also, it's easier for me to see the comments back here because of the way the screen is on this software. LA Sports Fan, shout out to you. Andrea Smith, good evening, Queen. Yes, evening. Cheryl Bryant, good evening to you, Queen. So good to see you. Shalom and salam. Yeah, don't forget the thumbs up, everybody. Thank you for that, LA Sports Fan. You say, evening, you sound good and loud, big bro. Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Mike J, a new name I'm not familiar with, but shout out to you, Mike. And thank you for checking in to let me know you could hear me. This is an interactive stream, always. It's not just about me. Thank you, Cheryl, for the thumbs up reminder. My birthday was a gift. It was a gift. You know, as you know, Cheryl, I always say my birthday, I usually use it as a time of reflection and gratitude. The only thing I hate about this software is you're not getting enough of me. I'm trying to give you my necklace of knowledge and wisdom. I'm trying to give you a little bit of glamour. And I don't know why it cuts me off. I can't do this. But it was very relaxing. And I thank all of you for your birthday wishes. And those of you who sent me gifts and things like that, I appreciate you so much. Um, and thank you, Cheryl. Simply Sandra, simply glad you're here. Simply good evening to you. And I hope the move will not stress you guys out too much, you and Donald. Sweet D, a big shout out to you, Queen. So glad you're here. Um, Cheryl, you say, I'm sorry to hear about the Muslim sisters passing. Oh, thank you for that. Um, it is freezing up, LA Sports Fan is saying. Okay. All right, keep me posted, troops, especially my moderators, to any technical difficulties. Watch the stream very closely and very carefully uh, for just that type of stuff. That's the main thing, you know. So I depend on my moderators to keep me informed. Um, uh, Thank you, LA Sports Fan, for that again. No, son, you can't have water. Nothing except for spit crosses your palate. Nothing. And as I say, it'll begin probably somewhere around the 10th because now we can predict the moon sighting. And so because of technology and so forth, back in the day you had to wait for the actual sighting, but now we have the technology. And so it's about the 10th of this month it'll begin. J9, a big shout out to you, Queen. So glad you're here. Good to see you. Beyonce, okay, girl. I'm glad you're here, Beyonce. Just so I can say your name even. Son, Jedi, I will be back. My big sis is calling me from Naptown long distance. Okay, son. Righteous indignation. Good evening, y'all. Time spent with you guys and girls are always like a big warm bowl of soup. Good for my soul. I appreciate that, Righteous, because as much as I am tough on my audience, I do occasionally remember to say that I do have a good I have a good following. I do, you know. And many times it's from that place that I even present, you know, to do something live or anything like that, just to be with you guys, you know. So I share that. Thank you, Beyonce, for the belated birthday wishes. And Sweet D says it's not freezing on her end. Okay, so like I said, let's just keep an eye, and inshallah we will be successful. Now, I want to bring this first piece because this will set us off. You know, I'm convinced, everybody, you know, you always hear me say the white man's the devil, white man's the devil, white man's the devil. As I've said many times before, I'm not just saying that to be provocative or dramatic or anything. Like, I mean that. I mean that. And I didn't pull that out of my butt. That's based on living on earth in this country and being an African. That's pretty much all you need. And to pay attention, you know. And so what we see with this whole situation in Gaza is reflective of that. I'm going to show you the clip, and then I'm going to read some of the comments that I left even just on this one. Okay, I need to do this. Oh, okay. Okay. Hear this now.
Thank you. You don't have any doubt that only one side did the shooting and the
Wait, I'm
killing
not hearing it.
and the shelling and so on. of these people, correct?
Said, I have seen
Okay. there.
reports.
Thank you. Matt.
I'm starting over because I had a sound delay on my end. All right, here we go.
You don't have any doubt that only one side did the shooting and the killing and the shelling and so on of these people, correct?
Said, I have seen reports I have seen different reports with respect to that very question.
Right.
We don't know, as I said earlier, the ground truth of what happened, which is why we think it's appropriate that investigation be conducted.
So you think that there were other people shooting Palestinians?
Said, I said I have
other
seen
than-
reports that other people were shooting. I don't know the veracity of any of those reports, which is why we're seeking more information.
And they always say that when it's anything to do with the Israeli side. We don't know. We don't have the investigation complete yet. We don't want to make those statements. We don't want to be premature. We just can't. But they rattle it all off when it's Hamas. You know, and they've shown their hand, and they show it again. I'm going to point that out in this clip. Let's continue.
Information.
And you expect to get any results from these investigations, these reports? Will you come back to us next week and tell us this is?
I can't promise you next week because I don't know how long an investigation will take, but hold on. Certainly when an investigation is completed and we're briefed on that investigation, I'm happy to come brief you on that.
On the principle of it, why is it so difficult
Oh, I don't know how long it's going to take. We just don't know.
for this government to say we condemn the killing of children, Palestinian women and children? Why can't you say the word condemn?
Said, if you listen to what I said a moment ago,
I
hold on.
carefully.
Said, please don't interrupt me.
Yeah.
I said far too many
Right.
Palestinians have died.
Oh, the delay is messing me up. But he can't say, he gives this long drawn out answer when Said asks him, why can't this government say the word condemn? Why can't you just say it? And he gives this long protracted answer that never uses the word condemn. But he shows his hand because it's, again, go back to blaming Hamas. So how we read into that, everybody, intellectually, is you listen down. Listen down. I always tell you, listen down. And so in this example, when he says what he's about to say, as said yet, I don't think, because I don't know, because anyway, he's showing that they think, so, because what he could do if he was smart, and he's not, he's a plastic cardboard cutout. If he was smart, he could say, well, I do condemn, and then go and do some Hamas shit. So because it's Hamas, I condemn I condemn Hamas for killing all these people. But he's such an idiot, and he's an arrogant devil, so he doesn't even choose that route. He doesn't even know it's available. Instead, he gives an answer that reveals that it's saying, well, if Hamas hadn't done all these things, then these people wouldn't be dead. Okay, then condemn. You see? But he thinks he starts to condemn Israel, and that can't happen. That can't happen.
Thousands of Palestinian children have died, and it is a tragedy when one of them dies. Of course, we don't want to see a single child die.
It's a tragedy. We don't want to see a single child die, but we're not condemning still. Go on.
We don't want to see anyone die as a result of this conflict, which is why we have been working to bring this conflict to a close as soon as possible. But whenever you ask me these questions, I do think you continue to kind of just elide over the fact that Hamas bears a great deal of responsibility for putting
Right here, he's showing his hand.
those children in harm's way. Remember,
It's Hamas's fault. Again, he goes, but when you ask me these questions, it seems you seem to forget that it's Hamas's fault. Go back, go on.
you ask me these questions, I do think you continue to kind of just elide over the fact that Hamas bears a great deal of responsibility for putting those children in harm's way. Remember, it was Hamas that launched this war in the first place with an attack on Israel that killed men, women, and children, and that Hamas that hid and continues to hide behind children as human shields. So yes, We do not want to see any child die.
So yes, we condemn is what he could have said, but no, we don't want to see any child die. Again, it's a non-fucking acknowledgement. You see what I'm saying? Hence, the white man is the devil. Like I say, it's born out of something. It's not just a hyperbolic statement.
Continues to hide behind children as human shields. So yes, we do not want to see any child die. We don't want to see any innocent civilian die, which is why we are working so hard to try to achieve a temporary ceasefire that would alleviate their suffering.
Yet I have not heard the word condemned. I mean, this war began way before October 7. I mean, in fact, the reason that...
See, that's what they don't want to acknowledge. It starts before October 7. And Hamas only goes back to, I think, 2004 or 2006. I'll have to check the date on that. I think it's 2004. 2006. Can't remember. When Hamas was elected as the government. So anytime they ask them, well, what about before 2004 when you were murdering and killing? There was no Hamas. They have no answer for that, so they go back to October 7th. You see? They won't acknowledge that, but for your white ass existing, Hamas wouldn't exist. That's it. That's it. But so Saeed says this begins long before that, bringing up the point I just made. But go on.
Way before October 7. I mean, in fact, the reason that this administration was so strong on, pursuing a Middle East peace and so on, because the war has been going on for decades before and so on. We heard this administration when they came into office talking about reopening the consulate, talking about reopening the PLO office here, talking about restarting and reigniting peace talks and so on, re-aiding UNRWA and so on, simply because that war has been going on for a very long time. Because Gaza was under siege for a very, very long time.
Saeed, nothing that happened before October 7th justifies what Hamas did on that day.
See, right there.
And it is
nothing that happened before October 7th. So all of our coming in 19, forget the year now. None of that matters. None of that. None of us, our last sitting when I brought you the rabbi, and he talked about how the real Orthodox Jews had lived with the Arabs for many centuries with no problems, and that suddenly now these Zionists show up on their bicycles with their guns, and they claim they're there to protect the the Jews, because it wasn't Israel then, it's still not Israel, it's going to be Palestine until we fucking die. But and then of course the Arab population was confused because they're like, we've been living in peace with these people, why are they attacking us now? So they attacked them back. And so the white devils point to that. Well, they've been attacking us since then. No. And as the rabbi was saying, and as I pointed out to you till I'm blue over the years, this is what Zionism does. It's like putting an imposter, remember Face Off? What was that? That movie, Nicolas Cage and somebody else, Face Off, that you put on the mask somebody else. So, because they didn't know anything about Zionism, they were just like, these are these Jewish people attacking us now that we've been cool with. You see? But that was the hand of these Zionist white devils. So they don't want to deal with that, because remember, nothing matters before October 7th. In fact, none of us was even, none of us was born before October 7th. We just were born yesterday, everybody. We just got here. The earth just began, so we just got here. I proved it. So they don't want to deal with that. Then the mass migrations that began to happen in sort of the certainly before 1948, but certainly 1948 were in the real crux of it. And they don't want to deal with the Balfour Agreement, which I've educated you about over and over and over again. Forget that. Remember, it all begins on October 7th last year. That it all begins. The entire earth and all of it begins October 7th. You see? Because that's only they can justify their shit, or in their mind, because they can't justify it.
What Hamas did on that day that led to the outbreak of this war and led to the suffering of so many innocent
That led to the
Palestinians.
outbreak of this war.
I just feel it's important to
Okay.
correct that fact.
And as
That's
I've
fine. I mean, you know,
consistently
you
contended
guys-
to you, it didn't happen. October 7th didn't happen because that would be all we would see plastered across all media, print and video. And we don't. They're just telling you these horrible stories. There was these mass rapes and people were beheaded and they violated women with hangers and just the most ridiculous horror story, chainsaw massacre ass shit that didn't happen. Didn't happen. Otherwise they would blur it and show it. And they didn't. Because they don't have it. They don't have it. You've seen their attitude, their whole posture, to each individual. You've seen their attitude. Are those people who would think it's too sensitive to show it to you? No. Let's get through this.
Said this many times before, but in fact, you know, Israel has been waging war on Gaza for a very, very long time. Let me ask you on the aid issue, on the trucks and the trailers and so on. Is there anyone other than Israel that is holding the aid from going in?
It is not a question of aid going in. That's not the problem right now, Saeed. The problem.
The reporter said, "Is there anybody except Israel that's preventing the aid from getting into Gaza?" And then you hear the vomit answer. But let's go on.
Going in?
It is not a question of aid going in. That's not the problem right now, Saeed. The problem is that when aid gets in, there is a distribution problem inside Gaza right now.
There's no distribution problem because we have evidence now that we have video of, I think I saved that, where you have thousands of Palestinians running to these aid trucks that have arrived. And fucking white devil ass, big stinking nose ass Zionist soldiers are snipering on them, shooting at them. These people are the devil, everybody. Like, there's not shit you gonna tell me about any fucking body calling themselves a fucking Israeli. As I've said consistently, the Orthodox Jew, and I presented Orthodox Jews to you. In our last sitting, I brought you the rabbi, another Orthodox Jew. I've told you what amazing people they are, that you will not meet a kinder people, and I've gone on and give them their credit. That doesn't change. We're not talking about them. We're talking about just stinking ass fucking white devils like this piece of shit that's on your screen right now. That's what we're talking about. Let's be very clear. Let's be very clear.
Because there are police officers, some of whom are members of Hamas, who have been providing the security for those for that distribution inside Gaza. And what Israel says is that they have a legitimate right to go after members of Hamas. So we would.
This is also more proof of what I've said, what I've said to you, and what I know for sure. White people will just say anything. Just say anything. Say anything. Say anything. So they're gonna ride this. It's Hamas till the end of the fucking.
For that distribution inside Gaza, and what Israel says is that they have a legitimate right to go after members of Hamas. So we would obviously prefer to see members of a security force inside Gaza who are not Hamas members, but that's not where we are today. So it is a situation that we continue to try to work through.
So this is really the classic catch-22 kind of situation, because Hamas governed Gaza for a very long time. All the police, all the many of the security forces and so on. Unless you supply Gaza with police and other staff, people, whatever, who are from Egypt, from anywhere, to distribute these things, it's going to be the same people to distribute it.
As I said, it is
so this is really, you're saying, okay, you can't, it's a catch-22 situation.
I don't think you're listening to what I said. What I said is we believe the way to ultimately solve this problem is to try to get a temporary ceasefire that would get hot.
And his whole tone is like this guy's a 3-year-old. And we're going to go back after it's finished, because there's a point where he almost calls this reporter Hamas, telling you subconsciously what he thinks about this man. There's no similarity between Saeed and Hamas. Saeed, Hamas. Nothing similar going on there. Let's finish.
Hostages out and alleviate this problem and make it possible for aid to move around and get food in people's mouths so they're not so hungry and they're not so desperate that they're swarming the convoys that do come in.
Last question. I have one last question.
One last
Allow
question.
me, one last question. Do you suspect that Mr. Netanyahu perhaps authorized this raid to scuttle the negotiation?
There is
Do you
no
have any suspicion?
there is no evidence of that I have seen.
There's no evidence of that. Because our sacred head devil, Netanyahu, would never, so there's just no evidence of that.
Go ahead.
Bastard. I mean, you have to pray for the annihilation of his entire family. We need to go back to 319. Listen very carefully now. I just started at 308. Hear this. Listen very carefully.
Issue on the trucks and the trailers and so on. Is there anyone other than Israel that is holding the aid from going in?
It is not a question of aid going in. That's not the problem right now, Saeed.
You hear that? We'll just hear it again. That's not the problem, Saeed.
It is not a question of aid going in. That's not the problem right now, Saeed.
Hama. You see, just one more time, just so my point is made.
It is not a question of aid going in. That's not the problem right now, Saeed.
You see? Because as I've said to you, white people, it is their way. It is their born nature. Anything that they don't like, they assign that attribute to all that are like that. So, all Chinese are bad. All black people are bad. All Koreans are bad. All. But you're supposed to parse their ass out just because they vomit out that they're good when they group everybody as one of any group. Do you understand? Here's my comments. This one I said, I don't know if can you see it. There's delay. Hopefully it's getting this too. Yeah, okay. I can't find my car keys. It must be Hamas. I burnt my toast. It must be Hamas. It rained yesterday. It must be Hamas. If you have any problems in your life, no matter what it is, anything that is negative, remember to blame Hamas. Then I say, notice that he almost called, I pointed out what I just pointed out to you, that he almost calls him Hamas. And then I also write, we as black people need to cling to 1619. The same way these fake ass people cling to October 7th. They say that nothing justifies what happened on that day. Forget their 100 years of murder, occupation, and genocide of the Palestinians. So we say we have the right to defend ourselves, and don't give us any BS that things have changed and gotten better, or that there has been progress for black people. No, we say we are still at 1619, and that nothing will ever justify bringing our people here in chains and getting 400 years of free labor. And we won't be getting over it or letting it go, because what's good for the goose is also good for the gander. My final comment, this plastic looking cardboard cutout can never say the word condemn, because Israel controls and dictates American policy. They still want to blame Hamas to justify attacking a terroristic state that has been occupying and murdering them for over 100 years. Israel wants to only pick facts that support their genocide. So they act as if there is no occupation and act as if they have not been terrorizing Palestinians for over 100 years. They want to ignore all of that and claim that everything began on October 7th. Oppressed people have the right to strike on those who oppress and occupy them, no matter what white people say. And let us not act as if there's no racial component to all of this. Let's be very clear that if 30,000 white people had been murdered, even the tone with which they speak would be different. But because it's not white people, they don't really give a fuck. They even have the audacity to argue about whether or not it's even genocide to murder 30,000 people, as if the label matters. Then they claim their hands are tied or that the situation is just too damn complicated. Yet let one white bitch even go missing, let alone dead, just missing, and they practically stop the earth from spinning. These people have no moral credibility. Truth and righteousness is foreign to them. They only know what is savage and evil, and indeed, they are the true and only terrorists on the planet. They most certainly will be companions of the hellfire on the great day of judgment. May Allah hasten their deaths in this life so that they may go directly into the hellfire. And I said my piece. Amen. So that gets us off to a start. You know, and it is the truth that we have to look at history. We have no history of anybody other than white people doing this type of thing upon mass populations of humanity. No matter what it is, you know. The people of the earth are not a violent people. And the hand-me-down violence and evil that we see is precipitous of the presence of whiteness on the earth. It is learned behavior, just like I've told you over the years. Jealousy is not a natural human emotion, everybody. It's not. It's not. Even the Christians say, you know, God is a jealous God. Really? Because I just told you in my opening that Allah needs nothing from you. Nothing at all. At all. Nothing. So where would you be jealous at? Not understanding. And I'm just a human being. And why would I waste time being jealous of you when I could just destroy you? Just by saying be, and you would just vanquish from the earth. No need for jealousy. So jealousy is not a natural human emotion. Indeed, it doesn't exist any place other than in whiteness. Do you understand? That everybody else articulating this has been influenced. I always give you the example of a child. Children who have not been polluted by adults are the essence of the example of humanity. They are. They are. You'll never see jealousy from a child that's not polluted. It is the natural inkling of the human. When something good happens to someone else, you celebrate with them. It's natural. Ah, I'm so glad this happened for you. Not, damn it should happen for me. Ugh. No. How many kids have I just random? They'll have a snack or something. They never saw me ever on earth. And I go, can I have some? And they want you to have the whole thing. Not only that, or as Dr. King used to say, not only that, but then they take joy in watching you enjoy it. You just they give you a bag of chips and you eat one. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. You give it back to them. They want you to have more. They enjoy watching your joy of enjoying this chip. It's beautiful, man. That's humanity. That's the universe in which my soul dwells. Do you understand? Even as a grown man, I've never left that place. I've never left that place. And I've shared with you, just to button that up, I've shared with you that jealousy was something that was foreign to me. You know, my oldest sister used to say to me, you know, speaking about my other siblings, they jealous of you, man. They jealous of you. They jealous of you. And I would just slough it off, or I just didn't really I didn't know how to respond to it. It was nothing. Like, I don't know what that means. I literally had to learn what jealousy was, just so I could recognize when it was present. whether I was the victim of it or not, just so I would be able to recognize, oh, that's what that is. That's happening, you know. That's, you know, afoot. And so it's not a natural human emotion. I've never, ever been jealous of another human being in my entire life. Ever. Ever, 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 ever. Ever. And I have Allah as my witness. Never, ever been jealous of another human being for any reason at all, for anything, ever, ever. Because why would I be? For what? That's not the natural fitrah of the human. It's not. You know, I've been around people that have animals. You know, they have more than one animal. And they give one animal something, you know, one dog or something. And the other one, they get jealous. Really, bitch? You're assigning human bullshit to animals? I can't. I can't. Okay. Oh, while it's on my mind, I didn't cue this to bring to you, but I gotta talk about it. Shannon Sharp, everybody. Damn it, he wore me down. He wore me down. Now, I sweat Shannon Sharp. We still have to, I'm sending a team in that I can't talk about it, but I'm sending a team in to do something about his fashion statement. And so a team is going in, and I'm also sending in my own personal assistant to handle those goddamn razor bumps on his face. Brothers, please understand my voice, whether you're watching me live now or you're seeing this recorded later. There is no such thing as sensitive skin for African men. Put it down. Put it down. Put it down. Put it down. When you listen, your whole body, everything about your body, when you do anything that is out of sync with it, it has warnings. You see, it's kind of like having sensors, you know, someplace. Ooh, you walk through there, we heard a beep, you see. So anything that your body does, whether it's internal or external, is saying, this does not work for me. So when we see bumps, this is because you did not learn how to shave properly. So we have to get to Shannon. We have to. I'm sure he's got the best dermatologists. He's getting the best facials. He's getting it all. But nobody is saying you have to shave in the right conditions. You didn't come to earth with bumps. So why are we only getting bumps in the areas that would be shaved? Provocative, interesting. Because you're not shaving at the proper time. You got to shave when the skin is moist. The best time to shower is when you just came out of the shower, or the best time to shave is when you just came out of the shower and it's steamy in the bathroom. Best time to shave. Then you can just wash your face and you can just use a razor with a little bit of soap. That's all you need, disposable razor. That's it. All this, I can't use disposable razor. I'm allergic. And proving this, I'm not going to hammer this too much, but I'll say this to button it up. One of my very good friends, James, I've told you guys about James. My buddy James lives back in DC. James used to use this excuse. I said, James, let's find a day, maybe a weekend or whatever. Let me shave you. Let me shave you, and I'll prove to you that you're not going to get bumps. Let me do it, and I'll show you. And I did. And I used a disposable razor because that's what I use. And sure enough, he didn't get bumps. Of course he didn't. When you're trying to rip hair out of the face, that's causing trauma to the skin. It's dry. You got then you put on aftershave or something that you don't need. I mean, it's just all things wrong, man. I've never used no magic shave. I don't use electric razors and the what's that? The the thing that's got those circles that you know, then no. This is just laziness, man. You're not taking time to just shave. And you can shave on a quick. You don't even have to do just come out of the shower. If you just know you're getting a little too much hair or something like that, you need to you like, I need to take. Then you just go ahead and you wash your face with warm water, as warm as you can stand it, and then continue to keep it wet with water that's warm. You understand? Keep it wet, keep it wet, keep it wet, because eventually that skin is going to just go, okay, I believe you, what y'all need. And then you just go ahead and do it. You see, I also proved James the other way. I said, James, now, you know, I never have bumps. I said, I'm going to wait till I get some more hair, and I'm just going to shave just dry and watch what happens. And I did that, and sure enough, I got some bumps. Not these outrageous bumps, these bone craters that you see on some of these brothers. And I feel bad for them, because it's like, there's a lot of brothers that's just messed up their entire look. And there's no need for it. So Shannon Sharpe. But anyway, Shannon Sharpe also had Terry Crews as his latest interview, everybody. And you know, we have drugged Terry Crews for filth and for receipts and back payment, and we've dragged him for everything. But I must say, again, Shannon, I don't even know if he knows he has a gift. You know? I see it so clearly, because one of the reasons why I'm a good communicator is because I'm a good listener. I'm a good listener. I'm a good listener. It's one of my strong suits. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. And to hear is to feel. To hear is to feel. You really hearing somebody, you feeling them. You're feeling them, you know? And Shannon is able to listen. And it's not artificial. It's very organic. If it was fake, I would call it. I would tell you this is some bullshit. It's not. He really has the gift of listening. And then, where's Shannon from originally? Well, let's get him in here. Well, let's somebody call him. Let's get him in here. Well, let's just get him in here. I feel like he's going to be Southern. If he's not Southern, I'm walking out. Where was Shannon Sharpe born?
Shannon Sharpe was born in Chicago.
Chicago. I'm leaving. I'm not doing Fashion Week this week either. I'm over it. I'm out. I'm out. I quit. All right. Just because he was born in Chicago doesn't mean he was raised in Chicago. All right. Let's just continue to dig. We're going to find something. All right, quick. All right, nurse. He can't be from just Chicago. Troops, find me something. Moderators, find me something. Who did he play for in his career? Denver Broncos, Baltimore Ravens. Those are all not Chicago. Savannah State Tigers. That's Georgia. He reads Southern to me. Wait. Maybe I'm asking the wrong question. That's a great picture of you, Shannon, by the way. Why can't you look like that? All right, moving on. Where did Shannon Sharpe grow up?
Glenville, Georgia. According to Wikipedia,
The
Sharpe,
Jedi does his
the
work.
younger brother of former NFL star wide receiver Sterling Sharpe, grew up in Glenville, Georgia, where he was an all-state player in 3 sports at Glenville High School.
The Jedi knows the things of which he speaks. So he's got that Southern thing going on, you know? Country. So, like, he's going to be a great grandfather, man. Like, he's going to be a really great grandfather. I was already imagining his life, you know? I'm sure he's a good father. I would love to speak to his daughter, and I would just love to see him in his older age when he's gonna be that's gonna be a great grandfather, man. I mean, I'm already cheering for the grandkids that aren't, at how lucky they are that this is who your grandfather is. But he has that personability about him that you can't buy and you can't teach. And Shannon has it, and he did that with this Terry Crews. And I went into it, as I always tell you guys, when I hate anybody or anything, I immerse myself in that or that person. I go and try and watch other stuff you've done, hear interviews you did, or do something. Let me find. Maybe you're going to do something. Maybe I'll see something. Maybe I won't hate you. We'll just look, And if I come out of it and go, yeah, I still hate you. Yeah, I can't. Then that's my finding. But if I don't, then I admit to that too. And I must tell you that you must see this interview with Terry Crews. And newsflash, his wife is not white. I thought it was a white bitch. We all did. Damn it, we all did. Damn it. All right. But alas, she is not a white bitch. Her mother is black and her father is white. Now, can she cook a good batch of collard greens? We don't have that data yet. We just don't have it. I've got a team on it, and you won't believe what they're finding. All right. But that was one eyebrow raiser. But this is a man who has had a very blessed life. And I think that even the knowing that his wife is not completely a white lady had a imprint on me. If I'm being honest, a phrase I hate. But he has had a blessed life in spite of. You got to see it for your own value. I have a different feeling about Terry Crews now. The interview is over 2 hours. Maybe we'll see a little bit of it, but I'm really turned around on Terry Crews. And I don't know if I love this image of me. They have a setting on this software for the camera where it says, help me out, or I can't remember the language. Where you're supposed to look more amazing, and I don't know if I'm loving it. Anyways, that aside, okay, he was assaulted as a child, sexually assaulted when he was younger. But outside of that, even when he tells the story of his career, he's very vulnerable too. And I relate to any man. I've spoken at length about being vulnerable. How at times, especially early on when I started allowing myself to cry when I'm sitting here on camera, whether it was recorded or live, and I never saw that as a weakness. I've always taken that as one of my strengths because I know who I am, but I also am a brick wall that has cracks in it that let the sun come through. He's a very vulnerable man, and he has no problem embracing that place. In fact, he cried to some degree even in the interview. I didn't see Training Day with Denzel. But of course, I know of the movie because you can't live on Earth and not know that Denzel did Training Day. In fact, I was up for 3 Oscars that year and he won. So I'm still a little bitter over it. I don't want to get into it. I don't want to make this about me. But he was in Training Day. He literally was on the set as security. And Antoine Fuqua saw him and said, "You want to be in this scene?" And put him in the iconic scene with Denzel, where Denzel is saying, "Godzilla ain't got nothing on me," and the whole thing. I think I wrote that. Again, I don't want to make this about me. Anyways, but there is Terry standing right there. But the story that he tells of the journey and how he had gone up and down with the NFL, and then he moved around different teams. Then he had been assigned to some team, and they were celebrating because they were broke and living out their suitcase, didn't know where the next meal was coming from, and they celebrated and they called him like, "You need to come back down and bring your playbook." And now he wasn't gonna, so they looking for that signing check, and it wasn't gonna come now, and he had let himself go physically, and then something that he'll have to tell you the story of how what came to him, that he started working out again, and because of that he happened to be in shape when he was on the set there. And then Antoine Fuqua says, "Come be in this," and it was a whole thing, man, how his career gets off the ground. It's a revelation. He is a revelation. He's a revelation. He's a revelation. You must see this interview with Terry Crews. You must. And I'm going to play a snippet of it before we're done. I want to continue to move on what the things that I've brought and identified. I want you to see this puke vomit. This is only a minute long. And it's so disingenuous. But it's also a display of white mediocrity being held up as legitimate and relevant. I'm over it. Here is the diaper, as it were. Hear this.
Today, also, we're going to discuss the Middle East and yesterday's tragic and alarming event in North Gaza, trying to get humanitarian assistance in there. And the loss of life is heartbreaking. People are so desperate that innocent people got caught in a terrible war, unable to feed their families, and you saw the response.
And wait.
When they tried to get aid. And we need to do more.
Note that he has to read this. Why are you reading? Not understanding.
Today,
I'll shut up.
Also, we're going to discuss the Middle East and yesterday's
I'll try to shut up.
tragic and alarming event in North Gaza, trying to get humanitarian assistance in there. And the loss of life is heartbreaking. People are so desperate that innocent people got caught in a terrible war, unable to feed their families, and you saw the response when they tried to get aid. And we need to do more, and the United States will do more. In the coming days, we're going to join with our friends in Jordan and others in providing airdrops of additional food and supplies into Ukraine, and seek to continue to open up other avenues into Ukraine, including the possibility of a Marine corridor to deliver large amounts of humanitarian assistance. In addition to expanding deliveries by land, as I said, we're going to insist that Israel facilitate more trucks and more routes to get more and more people the help they need. No excuses, because the truth is, aid flowing to Gaza is nowhere nearly enough. Now, it's nowhere nearly enough. Innocent lives are on the line, and children's lives are on the line, and we won't stand by and let until we get more aid in there. We should be getting hundreds of trucks in, not just several.
We won't stand by. We won't stand by while we send more weapons and money to help kill more women and children. So these people are going to burn in hell. Do you understand? Because because they're just the devil, but also from a from a um, moral and religious point of view. You know, Allah says to mankind that the taking of one life, one innocent life, is as if you've taken the life of all humanity. That means past, present, and goddamn it, future, and you will not be forgiven. You will not. You will not. They knowingly and deliberately have and are murdering off over 30,000 people. And that's just the ones we can count. Because remember, there's people under the rubble that they can't get to. There's others that are missing, etc. In addition to the ones that are wounded. These people are the devil. And if the tables were turned, and if it was 30,000 white fucking people dead, which has never happened anywhere in the fucking history of the earth, sadly, they wouldn't give a damn what they called it. Here, we don't know if it's genocide. It's not genocide. It's not, and they're doing everything they can to fuck that. Because one white bitch goes missing, and the earth has to stop rotating. So we know what the result would be. What's the first thing everybody said when the white devils attacked the Capitol on January 6th? If that was black people, they already knew there would have been a different response. The entire world knew it. But these demons could go and do it and live. And the one white bitch that got shot, stop the earth. Don't tell me shit. Don't. I just don't like the navigation on this damn software. Ugh. Because it takes so long to get around to clips, you know. Oh, son, was that you? About this councilman that died in Michigan. Let me see if that was you. Somebody sent me something. I don't know who it was. But whoever you are, tell me. But remember, you guys, I brought you this clip of this dude. I brought it for comedic value. He was saying it was some city council meeting, and I didn't know where it was or nothing, but he was like, well, for those who say this, he had a real deep voice like this. He said, and so when they go low, we get nasty. Anyways, that's the dude that died. Like, I'm over it. And somebody was saying, wanted me to look into it. I looked into it, but I couldn't find anything that suggested that anything nefarious happened. So we may have to just wait for the story to kind of bake a little bit, you know, to see, because I looked at, you know, the family, and I couldn't find anything that where anybody was suggesting that this was anything, you know, something bad happened. Although he had just been suspended for 90 days for something. So during a suspension, you see, and the white man is the devil, so we can't not consider everything. Anyways, because I see that as one of the things that I had meant to address Um, oh, no. We'll come to that. Oh, little tidbit for you guys. There's a site called 123 Movies, and you could see free movies on there. Shiro had been after me since it came out to see Woman King. I ain't see it, but I seen it on 123 Movies. And also the new Color Purple movie is there. I haven't finished watching that, but the new Color Purple movie is there. Yeah, 123 Movies, everybody. It's free. Random, but I need to share it. Let me just quickly come to you guys. No, I don't need my glasses for this now. I shouldn't. Beyonce, another shout out to you. Say, I'm sick of their lies. This has never been about Hamas. Every corporation that I know gives money to Israel. I have boycotted. Yes, and I have done pieces on it, Beyonce, that are here on the channel, and recent stuff. So you don't gotta look. You don't have to dig through the channel. And I brought you a list of companies that we can no longer have anything to do with. You can't go to Walmart anymore. You can't. You just, sorry, you can't. You can never go to Popeyes ever again. You can't. Sorry. Starbucks is out. In fact, in the video that I did, you'll see a video where the thumbnail and the title of it is something about Starbucks. But Starbucks lost $12 billion. So the boycott is working. 12 billion, and this is weeks ago now. $12 billion Starbucks lost. Those are just the ones that come to mind off top. But you can also go to BDS, Boycott, Divest, Sanction, BDS. And they have a whole list up to date of all the shit that you can no longer have anything to do with. It's very easy to exercise this to everybody, because all you got to do is think about, just see the face of a dead Palestinian child. That's all you need. That's it. And it's very easy to make that U-turn and go someplace else, unless you're evil. William Bell, a big shout out to you. It's called white-splaining, Jedi. Thank you, William. J9, I've Googled the alleged October 7th incident, and I can't find one bit of evidence anyone was hurt. That's been my whole case, J9, because it's exactly what I've said. We have absolutely nothing at all. And I've laid out that what makes this also unique is usually when governments stage false flags, they do the shit and then blame it. Well, look, the 19 Arabs attacked us on 9/11. Quick, go to Iraq. No. That was staged by the government and the military. Secret ops. You understand? So what makes this unique, and then we have but it's not without precedence, because we have the Gulf of Tonkin incident, which has been the historical incident that allegedly happened that got this piece of shit into the Vietnam War. Now they admit it didn't not happen the way we said it happened. It just fucking didn't happen at all. Had to do with some ships in the North Atlantic or some bullshit. I don't remember, but it didn't happen. It didn't even happen. And so this is what Israel has done. They just proclaim, oh, we were attacked on October 7th. We were attacked. Now, to that point, I would like to present, well, first some finish your comments. I'm going to present to you some scholarly people that are, because I brought you the evidence that Israel was shooting their own people. And I've also explained to you this Hannibal doctrine that they've had on their books for years, where their war strategy is you kill your own in battle if they are compromised or vulnerable in some way, so they never have to negotiate to get their people back when it's all said and done. So this was in place on 7th October. So even the people, and we have witness statements from people who were at this alleged concert that went on that said that they were being fired on. I brought you in one of my pieces. I brought you the Tomahawk Apache helicopter and explained to you what its capabilities were and why this was the helicopter that they saw. Everybody, and I said to you, you can't see this helicopter and not unsee it. You don't have to know anything about helicopters or aviation at all. You see that helicopter, you know that I saw that. I saw that. It's very distinct looking. So I've done my work. And so I'm going to bring you these people who are testifying to the fact that Israel is killing its own people. I'll go on though. But no evidence anywhere. As I say, they've only shown, you have some of these fake ass Zionist reporters on media outlets that will say, and we were able to see the footage from October 7th, and we were okay, why you have to in secret? You see? Because you going along with their propaganda already, we're supposed to now believe that you saw some evidence that we, the whole fucking world, can't see, and we're supposed to believe you? No. What did John F. Kennedy say in his last speech when he talked about secret oaths and secret societies for us to beware? And he said the very word secrecy is repugnant in an open and free society. So here you have what they're calling their 9/11, and we have no footage of it. We're supposed to just take your word. Try going to the bank tomorrow and tell them, I have $1 million in this bank. I don't have evidence of it, but I have $1 million, so you guys need to give me a withdrawal on $1 million. and see how fast security is standing behind you. But we're supposed to believe them because they say it. As I say, they believe that when they speak, they just say anything. You're supposed to believe it. It's gospel. Khalifa of the Most High. Big shout out to you, brother. Black Beauty. A big shout out to you, Queen. Anjane 23. He was raised in Georgia. Yeah, I knew it. Like, you're not going to give me Chicago. And I'm glad he's from the Chi-Town, you feel me? Because I'm representing South Side, and stuff. But, yeah, he's has too much of that on him to be from Chicago. So he's born in Chicago, but he's raised in Georgia. I just knew it. Big shout out to you, Anjane. Good to see you, Queen. Andrea, you are amazing. Well, you're amazing. Robert Epps, a big shout out to you, brother. And by the way, I looked to see, could I see the Savior's Day speech from Farrakhan, and I can't find it in its total anywhere. So tell me where I need to look, or put a link in the chat, or do something. No. Anjane, Councilman Mays, I think. Yeah, it's something like that. I just seen it. Mays, yeah. Eric Mays. So I'll pull the article. So we'll read it. You say, Robert, Jacob Rothschild, I just lost a tooth. The fourth Baron Rothschild died on 26 February, a day after Minister Farrakhan addresses the world. Good, but we'll have to see what was the extenuating original Jewess. A big shout out to you. Jedi, did you read up on the judge's article? I did pull the article, Jewess. I have it. I can pull it now. And I'm glad you reminded me, because I said that when I saw it was voluminous, I was like, we're not going to do it tonight. We'll do it the next one. So we'll come to that. Robert, the synagogue of Satan will not be in the Middle East for much longer. The Honorable Minister Farrakhan gave them the warning this past Sunday. I did see a snippet, but he doesn't speak for 20 minutes to do anything. That's just his warm-up to his warm-up. And then even when he gets to the point where he says, but as I close, then that's you're 3 hours from the end when he says that. As I close, then you've got 3 hours more. So it's all fine. You say Isa alayhi salam said in Luke chapter 24. You don't know that because Matthew, Mark, John, and Luke are anonymous writers who nobody knows, writing in third person about other people. So whatever. But you claim the Son of Mary said in Luke chapter 21, verse 20, and when ye shall see Jerusalem compassed with armies, then know that the desolation or total destruction thereof is nigh. Yeah. Okay, Robert, thank you. Love you. Let us come to this now. I think we will do the maze thing first because it's shorter. This is what I pulled. And I'd love to find my Instagram video where he says, let me see if I can find the Instagram video. Because it's worth it. And it'll put us in context and in his aura. Let's see. These are my saved posts on Instagram, right? Yeah. because he was having some little like tiss, probably with a white bitch, and he was kind of throwing shade. You know, he was like, because when they go low, we get nasty. And at the time I heard it, it was the funniest thing I'd heard in at least a week, and it just buckled me over. It, like, could not go on. So I'll find that clip. We'll go into the article about his death, then we'll come to the judge's piece, Jewess. And I don't remember who told me about him to begin with, but somebody told me that they believed that his death was something fishy. Let me find it. Ugh, Larry Elder. Oh, another little tidbit about random as hell. Remember, I was reading left-handed, my little list of left-handed people to you guys. Terry Crews is also left-handed, so there's that. You gotta see his interview, man. I mean, it's very. This was a good thing. If I was his representation, this was a good thing for him. It was good. And then he tells, I didn't know there was some scandal, some dust up between him and Gabrielle Union and Dwayne Wade. Apparently there was some scandal between them that I was not aware of, but he tells the story of seeing them at some restaurant and Dwayne waving him over, and the love and forgiveness that they showed, and they had a beautiful conversation, and it brought them together, and it was all, and so he really thanked Shannon at the end of the interview when he said, you know, thank you for giving me the opportunity to be able to tell that story about Dwayne and Gabrielle. You know, it was just a good thing, man. Like, I see him in a different light. I see his life differently. And I didn't know he had done as many things as he's done. Listen, the whole thing was a revelation. You're going to be, you'll hate when it's over. Like I said, it's over 2 hours, and you'll still be mad that it's over. I'm still mad. Okay, where is this damn clip at? I know it's in Instagram, right? Yeah, I'm not tripping. Yeah, on Instagram always. Ahaha. Allahu Akbar. If this ain't it, we're close. This may not be it. But I'm in the area. Because this is the one I found before that I was like, I can't find it. First, let me show you this one. Fine, whatever. And then we'll come to that. No. So we all know who we're talking about. Okay, I can't control volume on this or do anything, so you just have to turn your volumes up. And I can't, it played a little bit, so we have to let it finish and go back so you can hear what you missed at the beginning. I hate it.
So
Say
if we may
what?
continue with the business?
Yeah, I am continuing with the business, Miss Priestley. What did you say we wasn't here for?
Bloviating.
I don't even know what bloviating means, but my position is this. We voted to follow an agenda. And if bloviating means following the agenda, then that's what I'm doing or not doing. So let me go to the next item on the agenda as I got the floor, and then when y'all get it, y'all can bloviate, aviate, navigate, or whatever ate. But right now, I'm talking. The
Mr.
council do.
President,
And then it starts
Just
over.
a minute.
point of order.
Okay, that's enough. All right, now, okay, fine. That's fine. That's fine. That was perfect, perfect, perfect. Now, let me get the actual one, which is in that same meeting, I believe. Damn it. I think this is it. I gotta turn up the house. Let me just turn up the house for a minute, y'all.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, alhamdulillah.
Mr. Chairman, if you let that.
That's it. Oh, damn it. Okay, this whoever she is just spoke, and now I could just hear him just coming in right now. So let's just see that real quick. Just quick. Okay, turn your volume up, everybody.
Personal attack go, I'm finna blast her because I don't even know how she handles her finances. I got a high water bill that I can't afford to pay and got property taxes that I'm struggling to pay, and gon' probably get them paid. However I struggle to do, I'm handling mine and ain't filed bankruptcy in 61 years old. If you can't pick up on a personal attack, you don't need to be the chair.
Yeah,
Because that's how she do. And I'm here to tell you, I want to slip a couple through on her, and I want to see if you miss them. Because when they go low, I go nasty.
personally, I only take financial.
That is worth my money.
Have demonstrated that
There.
they can handle their own finances.
Mr. Chair.
So apparently there's some unfairness, of course, because wherever white people are, there's unfairness. So apparently there's some unfairness on this council, and there's some sniper bitch that's getting little snipes through, and whoever the chair is like not really noticing it and not acknowledging and not understand. So he said, okay, if she can slip some stuff through, then let me slip some stuff through too that doesn't get noticed. We'll just hear it again.
Chairman. Mr. Chairman, if you let that personal attack go, I'm finna blast her.
That personal attack.
Because I don't even know how she handles her finances. I got a high water bill that I can't afford to pay and got property taxes that I'm struggling to pay, and gon' probably get them paid. However I struggle to do, I'm handling mine and ain't filed bankruptcy in 61 years old. If you can't pick up on a personal attack, you don't need to be the chair.
Yeah,
Because that's how she do. And I'm here to tell you, I want to slip a couple through on her, and I want to see if you miss them. Because when they go low, I go nasty.
personally, I only take financial.
That has to be a
advice from
t-shirt.
people that have demonstrated.
It has to be, man. Well, so that lets you know who we're talking about. All right. Um, so that gentleman passed, and I don't know which art. I pulled several articles. I clicked on the first one that I saw that I pulled. We'll just see if that has as much as I think I want to go, as far as I want to go with this. Is this the tab? This the tab? Okay. Me. Present. Okay. It says, is Eric Mays dead? What happened to Eric Mays? That's Mr. I Go Nasty. Eric Mays, a prominent figure in Flint City Council, has passed away at age 65 due to natural causes. Despite controversies, Mays was respected for his service to Flint, especially during the water crisis. Yes, Eric Mays, a well-known politician from the Flint City Council, has passed away at the age of 65. The news of his death came suddenly, with the city of Flint confirming it through their website and Facebook page. He died from natural causes after being ill for some time. Mays has been serving the northwest side of Flint since 2013 and held important positions like chairman of the Finance Committee. Despite being a controversial figure, Mays was respected for his service to Flint's first ward. And white people have counties. Black people get wards. Because what are the sections of a prison? Wards. What's the leader of the prison? The warden. You see. After his death, many people shared their condolences on social media platforms. Flint's current mayor, Sheldon Neely, described Eric's passing as a big loss for the community. He asked everyone to give privacy to Eric's family during this difficult time. Eric was remembered for his dedication to Flint, especially during the water crisis, despite facing challenges and controversies during his time in office. Eric was known for his unwavering commitment to serving the people of Flint. Well-known person in Flint, blah, blah, blah. Okay, he passed on 24th February at age 65 throughout his time in office. He was recognized for outgoing personality. Okay, that's all fine. Was deeply involved in activism during the Flint crisis, earning praise for his efforts. Let's see. Well known, passed away at the age of 65. His death was confirmed by the city of Flint, stating that it was due to natural causes following an illness. What illness? Mays has served the northwest side of Flint 2013. Okay, after news of his passing emerged, people expressed their condolences. Okay, his career. Let's see. 2016, faced arrest and was jailed for crashing his car while allegedly driving drunk. Despite no witnesses seeing him driving the vehicle, several police demons testified he confessed to driving under the influence. Yeah, that happened. Representing himself in court, Eric asked jurors about their belief in God and tried to delay the release of breathalyzer test results, claiming the case was politically motivated. In a separate incident in 2017, Eric pleaded no contest to pawning a city-owned laptop multiple times. He defended himself. I guess they don't make no money on the city council, you feel me? And we just saw on the clip, he was saying he got a water bill he could barely pay and property tax he could barely pay. So they're not like, caked up. He defended himself by stating that his actions were not criminal, but rather a result of financial hardship, claiming the laptop was safer in the pawn shop than at City Hall. I love it. In 2020, sparked controversy, blah, blah, blah. Okay, in 2023, he faced a 90-day suspension from the council for allegedly making constant frivolous motions and using racist rhetoric. Listen, white people don't ever get to say what's racist. Period. Shut them down. And don't feel no type of way there. Why do you always have to use race? Because, bitch, your presence brings up race all the time. We face it every day, so it's a constant with us. So that's why you hear it from us all the damn time. Damn it. Despite denying the allegations, he planned to take legal action against the city council. So they leave us with that. Oh, he was on suspension for 90 days and he was going to take... because they were hoping you weren't going to get this far down in the article, you see. So I knew about the 90-day extension, but 90-day suspension, but I couldn't find anything that suggested to me that there was anything nefarious about his death. Just didn't have it. And all of the articles that I pulled read like that. Just information about his death and the 90-day suspension, and that's it. We don't really have anything that his death was suspicious, although I'm ready to believe that. So I don't remember who brought this to me, but if you can find something that begins to point to something with regard to something being nefarious about his death, then for the love of God, bring that. You know, plus you're talking about Flint, and remember that there was Obama when he went down there and drank the water and said it's totally safe. That fucking obliterated everybody. Here, the black president came and drank allegedly the water. You know that water was tested by every fucking lab on earth and the Secret Service, and kept in some chamber we don't know exists, and preserved for the moment he drank it. You know? Yeah, there's a lot of politics that were going on in that area, and with the switching of the water to the white people and the bullshit. So I'm ready to believe that something happened, you know, because we're getting into anomaly territory. He's suspended for 90 days. That's not anomalous. But he happens to have an illness. Well, that could happen. But at the same time, he was going to sue the council. Now we're getting into anomaly. Too many coincidences. And his house just happened to blow up on the same day. You know, it didn't, but I'm saying you're getting into anomaly. You're getting into anomaly. You're getting into anomaly. And as I always tell you, once you have anomalies, you have the stench of conspiracy. There it is. Now, I want to come to this Jewess story with regard to these judges. The story is not new, but it is new to us. And I probably should have came to y'all first, because we just finished with him. See what you're saying about that. Then we come to this. What was you, Robert? What was you? Melanin 100, Shalom and Salam. You say, glad to be here. Shalom, my black kings and queens. White devils and raccoons kick rocks. Open toe. Okay, son, you're back. Alhamdulillah. Robert. Minister Farrakhan said that what we see over there happening to the Palestinians is what they're planning for us here in America, us Africans here in America. Well, they're doing it already, you know. The control over us is real and constant, you know. And that's why I have said till I'm blue, every African person, man, woman, and goddammit unborn child needs to be armed to the teeth in this bitch. You get you a weapon by hook or by goddammit crook. Second Amendment don't say nothing about requirements, and you have to do. It says you need to be goddammit armed for exactly what we've been under. It's essentially we could just visit that it was written for us, because this government has always been tyrannical over us. And according to their Second Amendment, that's when you're supposed to rise up and take their bitch asses out. You understand? When it becomes oppressive and tyrannical. Yeah. Rest in power to this brother. Son, you say, Jedi, he was so powerful. He will truly be missed. You know, I just only knew him from that clip that I showed you. And then I just thought, wow, because I don't know how I made the tie up that was the dude. I don't know. When I went sourcing the article, whenever I learned about his death, I don't know how I made the tie up that this was the dude. I don't know. But you could tell he was a very, he was just that type of brother. That I can't describe it, but yeah, not surprised. Robert, you say they are hiding Minister Farrakhan's Savior's Day address. I see all of these fake Savior's Day online by people who are not in the nation. And that's what I was running into. I saw a bunch of Savior's Day, and I click on it, it's not it. You know, it's somebody else talking about it or something else. Like, I didn't stick around for any of those. Just, it's not the speech, so move on. Like I said, I found like maybe a 20-minute 15-20 minute speech or something. There was somebody sitting in the back with a camera behind seats or something. It was just very, like, where is it? So I'm not surprised. You say, may Allah be pleased with our brother. Holy Quran says the wrongdoers are friends of each other. Well, they certainly find each other. Son, thank you, Jedi, for speaking on Eric Mays. You're so welcome, Queen. Was that you that told me about it, son? Because I couldn't find anything that suggested that there was something nefarious about his death, but I'm ready to believe it. So I think that it's too fresh, that maybe at the time that I was looking, it's just too early. It's just the passing. Like, things haven't worked their way out yet of people saying, you know, something was, you know, fishy about it or whatever. So it's something to watch. If we get something that is pointing at just anybody making the charge, then I would like to know about that. Okay, it was you, son. Because I start looking back through our text to see, because I don't know how you would, if it was you and I just went through our text. And maybe you sent it to me on something else, like it wasn't our text, but I didn't see it, so I didn't know, but it was you. Okay. All right, let us come now to this US piece. Wait. Because based on just the outline that US gave briefly in our last stream, it seemed remarkable. This from ProPublica. The untouchables. These judges can have less training than barbers, but still decide thousands of cases each year. That's provocative. South Carolina. system for magistrate judges is unlike any state in the country because they always change the rules for us. Just when I hear South Carolina, change the rules. Creating fertile ground for incompetence and corruption. Most aren't lawyers, but their decisions can have lasting effects on the vulnerable people who come before them. You know, this just feels like, what? Because you got to at least be a judge to sit on the on the bench. At least. You know, you want to tell me it's just arbitration? I'll hear it. We want to know what type of cases that they would hear. You know, let's find out. This article was produced in partnership with, let me enlarge this so that you can have an opportunity to read along. All right. This article was produced in partnership with the Post and Courier, blah, blah, nobody cares, nobody cares, nobody cares. All right, the trial that upended Sasha Darby's life lasted just 11 minutes. This is the beginning. She had struck her roommate during a spat and found herself charged with assault, standing alone at the defendant's table that day. She tried to argue that the attack was self-defense, but Magistrate Rebecca Adams cut her off. "You did hit her?" question. The judge interjected. We're having this trial. Why? Does this play?
You did hit her.
Yes, ma'am.
And we're having this trial, why?
She wanted to push for it.
You're the one that asked for the trial.
I'm not sure. I'm not really familiar with legal terms. I just figured.
Well, you know, guilty, not guilty, we know what that means, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you pled not guilty, you wanted a trial, and that's what we're doing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? So anything else you want to tell me?
No, ma'am.
Ooh, it's a sister with a stank attitude. That's the magistrate. That's the Rebecca Adams. We'll hear it again.
You did hit her.
Yes, ma'am.
And we're having this trial, why?
She wanted to push for it.
You're the one that asked for the trial.
I'm not sure. I'm not really familiar with legal terms. I just figured.
Well, you know, guilty, not guilty, we know what that means, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you pled not guilty, you wanted a trial, and that's what we're doing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? So anything else you want to tell me?
No, ma'am.
We're going to go on. All right, the 26-year-old forklift driver couldn't afford a lawyer. And Adams didn't ask Darby if she wanted the court to appoint one. That's a problem. That's a strike. The ACLU, because judges always advise defendants of their rights, especially if you are going to enter a self-defense. Now, you're going to represent yourself. Judges will usually try and put you through like a little questionnaire, if you will. Just throw some things at you to see, A, are you competent? And B, do you really want to do this? Do you know what this could mean? Etc. But we could hear just from that clip alone that Rebecca has a stank attitude. And when she said, you did hit her, we're having this trial, why? You know, it came with a look. And probably she's wearing a bundle. Anyway, so the ACLU would later say in a lawsuit that omission violated the Constitution. That omission, will later say in a lawsuit that omission violated the Constitution, and it does, based on what it just was explaining to you. And by refusing to hear Darby out, this wench blocked her right to defend herself, court experts contend. Quote, I'm going to find you guilty by your own admission, end quote, said the wench, a former law enforcement agent who has never practiced law. Right, because law enforcement, you don't have to be a lawyer. I've argued this until I'm blue when we've covered police brutality. Fuck police. How are you enforcing some shit you don't even know? How? You're exactly not enforcing. You don't even know what it is. Listen, one of my first ever tickets I just dropped one of my girlfriends off. It was at night, and I'm driving home. This is my second car I ever owned. I had all my windows were tinted because your boy can't be out without being behind the tent. It just does not happen. I'm so sorry. No autographs, please. Thank you. Anyways, but it was at night, so I had my front windows down because I got my music going. I'm pulled over. It's the first time I ever saw the barrel of a gun pointed at me with the lint in it when he came into the window. And I said, so why do you have your gun pointing at me? Because I can't see your car, asshole. I see it like it was yesterday. Well, what he didn't understand was that, and I was under no obligation to roll up my front windows. In fact, even when I went to the court, the judge asked me, were my front windows, were they tinted? And I evoked my Fifth Amendment privilege, and I said that's not germane to the case, Your Honor, because my windows were down. The fact is, my three back windows are what are in the issue of this case. And the law is that if I have two side mirrors, I could paint my windows black if I want to. Of course, the ticket was thrown out. But I just offer that to say that police don't know the shit. They don't know law. You should have to go, and they want all this sympathy, and ooh, they have such a tough job, and they're fuck that. They have the easiest fucking job on earth with backup. So in my perfect world, you would have to go to law school and pass the bar before your bitch ass could be entrusted with a gun and a badge. And ironically, the people who know the law and who spent a whole lot of money to go to law school don't carry guns and badges. Very interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. So the wench, for now, I'll call her, says, I'm going to find you guilty by your own admission, said Adams, a former law enforcement agent who has never practiced law. Darby ended up with a criminal conviction and a $1,000 fine. When she couldn't pay, she was later thrown in jail, ultimately losing her job and her home. That's a huge lawsuit. First of all, how is she on the bench? This goes up to the governor's office, the attorney general of the state. There's a lot of money to get here. Let's read on. So she gets a $1,000 fine. She can't pay it, so she's thrown in jail. She loses her job and her house. Welcome to the magistrate courts of South Carolina, where citizens often must fend for themselves before judges lacking formal training in the law and whose errors can result in punishing consequences for defendants. These courtrooms, the busiest in the state, dispose of hundreds of thousands of misdemeanor criminal cases and civil disputes each year. Wow. They are overseen by political appointees selected through a process that often places connections over qualifications. It's a system that's unlike any other in the country and one that has provided fertile ground for incompetence, corruption, and other abuse. An investigation by the Post and Courier and Public, the shit found. Over the past 2 decades, magistrates have accepted bribes, stolen money, forced themselves on women, and sprung their friends from jail. They've flubbed trials, trampled over constitutional protections, and mishandled even the most basic elements of criminal cases. Ha ha. So their range is up to from civil to criminal. That's wow. Their ranks include a Greenville lawyer appointed to the bench. Well, at least it was a lawyer appointed to the bench after siphoning thousands of dollars from accounts he managed. A Jasper County magistrate once accused of forging a title to a Rolls Royce for a fellow judge, and a magistrate who once threatened to beat up a defendant who had questioned his veracity in court. Like, don't tell me I don't know what I'm doing. A Post and Courier ProPublica review of cases from across South Carolina uncovered instances of serious judicial errors or misconduct in 30 of the state's 46 counties. State senators have near total control over these judicial appointees. Aha. So the state senators are appointing these damn judges? State senators have near total control over these judicial appointments, and they have stocked the courts with friends, political allies, and legal novices, booty calls, baby mamas, while consistently turning aside efforts at reform. The system has remained virtually untouched for more than a century as the state's criminal codes have grown increasingly complex. Quote, the system is extremely antiquated, said Republican State Representative Gary Clary. Nothing sounds like witness protection than Gary Clary, a former circuit judge from Clemson. Gary Clary from Clemson. I'm over it. I'm shocked by it. In the 21st century, we should be doing better in the way we administer justice, he added. Magistrates sit in judgment on cases involving petty thefts, drunken driving, domestic violence, assaults, and disorderly conduct. They also, but we just read something that suggested they're in criminal court as well. It says magistrates sit in judgment on cases involving petty theft, drunken driving, domestic violence, assaults, and disorderly conduct. They also issue arrest warrants, set bail, preside over trials, and conduct preliminary hearings. What trials? Just those, or also, well, all right. Preside over trials and conduct preliminary hearings to assess if there is sufficient probable cause to support felony charges such as murder, rape, and robbery. Well, there's our answer. They're assessing if it's sufficient to go to trial, but are they presiding over murder, rape, and robbery? Unlike most states, South Carolina doesn't require its magistrates to have a law degree. Well, I'm on my way to South Carolina then. Here in California, you don't even have to go to law school now. Alhamdulillah. I wish I'd known this earlier. Maybe I wouldn't have had dreams of Africa, but can't turn back now. But you don't have to have a law degree. You don't have to go to law school and spend all that money. You can intern at a law firm. That's it. And then if you take the bar and pass, poof, you're a lawyer. Unlike most states, South Carolina doesn't require its magistrates to have a law degree. Over the years, and let's get the actual definition. I don't want to give my own. We want to make the distinction between magistrates and judges. What is the difference between a magistrate and a judge?
According to Wasserman family law, like judges, magistrates preside over trials, rule on objections, consider the evidence, and make a decision on a case. Despite being an authority in the court, magistrates are not judges, and therefore cannot sign court orders.
That's our fundamental difference, as given by the white whore. So they don't not required to have a law degree. Over the years, their numbers have included construction workers, insurance agents, pharmacists, even an underwear distributor. Once selected, they undergo fewer hours of mandated training than the Palmetto State requires of its barbers, masseuses, and nail salon technicians. To better understand this system, the Post and Courier and ProPublica examined thousands of state records and compiled profiles of all 319 South Carolina magistrates. There's 319 of these motherfuckers. A reporter also visited courtrooms and interviewed legal experts, lawyers, lawmakers, and defendants. Among the findings, nearly 3/4 of the state magistrates lack a legal degree and couldn't represent someone in a court of law. A loophole in state law has allowed 1/4 of South Carolina magistrates to remain on the bench after the term expires, letting them escape the scrutiny of a reappointment process. Who has time for that? I'm just here again and shit. One controversial magistrate continues to hold court 2 decades after the bitch's 4-year term had ended. Wow. In 12 of the state's 46 counties, magistrate appointments are decided by a single senator who can stock the courts with hand-picked candidates. This is some bullshit, dude. I can't. More than a dozen sitting magistrates have been disciplined for misconduct by the state's judicial watchdog, but they aren't required to disclose their offense when seeking a new term. This is good if you put black people in and we just fuck with white people only. Then we're here for this. 100%. You feel me? But that's not what's happening. Even the governor, who is supposed to act as a check on nominees, and I think their governor is that Nikki Haley bitch, is kept in the dark before signing off on their reappointments. So the governor came and know, yeah, I'll sign them because they're not allowed to know if they're bullshit. I can't. This has allowed judges who misapplied the law or abused their position to slide through, no questions asked. Consider Adams, the Lexington County magistrate who sent Darby to jail, who lost their house and their job, after she failed to pay the $1,000 fine. The ACLU has filed a federal lawsuit against the county, saying the practice of imprisoning indigent defendants is systemic there. The group accuses Adams, in particular, this whore we just heard at the beginning, of depriving people of their rights to counsel before jailing. But the 5 senators who signed off on her reappointment this year said they were unaware of the case until a reporter informed them of it. Oh, they just had no idea. All 5 of them had no idea. Who is this queen? Sasha Darby. That's the one who lost her job and her house and everything else. Sasha Darby. Quote, I would have grave questions about that, said State Senator Dick somebody, a Columbia Democrat and a longtime trial lawyer who voted to give Adams another 4-year term. The wench noted the lawsuit in paperwork she sent to the governor, but said she was named only because of the leadership position she held in the court. Like, this ain't about me. It's just, they just got my name on there because I was in the leadership position and stuff. But it wasn't because I had did anything and stuff. The bitch didn't mention that it was her courtroom actions in 3 cases, including Darby's, that largely prompted the goddamn litigation. The bitch declined to be interviewed. Her lawyer said judicial canons prohibit her from commenting on the pending legal matter. How ironic. Because of the law, we can't tell you about her illegal ass mishandling law that she doesn't have a fucking law degree for anyway. So it's all about law. In court papers, Lexington County denied that the whore violated anyone's rights. She has never been sanctioned publicly by the Office of Disciplinary Counsel, which polices which polices lawyers and judges in the state. Well, we need to look at the Office of fucking Disciplinary Counsel then. Who are they? How do they get their jobs? Flaws in the application process allowed others to bury past issues. While seeking a reappointment, Chester County Magistrate Angel Underwood didn't disclose her suspension from the bench for handling cases involving the sheriff's office run by her goddamn husband. Newberry Magistrate Gordon Johnson didn't mention his suspension for brawling at a social gathering. Both judges declined comment. I'm over it. Governor Henry McMaster, a Republican who needs to die, declined to be interviewed, but through a spokesman, he acknowledged these and other issues during the appointment process. After inquiries from the Post and Courier, the governor's office said it will now require magistrates to disclose all disciplinary offenses before their terms are approved. We have to know the dirt now. Supporters of the current system insist magistrates perform a valuable service for the state. Supporters of the current system insist magistrates perform a valuable service for the state in handling some 800,000 criminal and civil cases each year. That takes a hefty burden off the already overloaded docket of South Carolina's circuit courts. No. How about you just get rid of their asses and stop fucking charging people with every goddamn thing? That'll take your caseload down, huh? How many of that is just frivolous bullshit that's just caking up the fucking process? And it's a money mule too, because I promise you, although the 800,000 cases have $1 assigned to it, you got to pay their bitch ass. This takes a heavy burden, blah, 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 which handled felony crimes and larger civil claims. And with magistrate courtrooms positioned throughout the state, defendants usually have access to a speedy trial nearby, even though it's unfair and just bullshit to begin with by someone who's not qualified to jurist over their case. Quote, without a magistrate court, the wheels of justice turn, but they turn slowly, end quote, said Judge Danny Singleton, head of the statewide Association of Magistrates and Municipal Court Judges. Quote, it would probably put us in a lockdown mode because we have to get these niggas through here and take their money from them. Just don't know how you do it. But critics worry that by having looser standards for magistrates, the state has created an uneven system of justice that often runs roughshod over constitutional protections, disproportionately affects those least able to defend themselves, period. Didn't y'all want to put a comma and say, and especially black people? Just don't see that. It's a period. Not understanding. State Supreme, didn't you just feel like it should be a comma and then black people? State Supreme Court Chief Justice Donald Beatty, say that fucking 50 times, South Carolina's top court official, declined to be interviewed for this story, but through a spokeswoman, he said the Supreme Court keeps a close watch on magistrates and their conduct, and I'm sure he found they do absolutely nothing wrong. This is the Angel Underwood bitch. There she is, being sworn in as a magistrate by somebody who's 550,000 years old. And look at the big lard ass that's standing behind. He's security, everybody. Nothing get past him. You see? It just, I can feel it. While seeking her appointment, Underwood didn't disclose her suspension from the bench for handling cases involving the sheriff's office run by her husband. That's her bitch ass. Trying to get the Tamron Hall haircut. Didn't work. The High Court's disciplinary office has reprimanded, suspended, or removed nearly 36 magistrates since 2005, records show. In addition, Beatty has publicly demanded that magistrates uphold the constitutional rights of the many indigent defendants who appear in their courtrooms. Nobody should have to tell you that. That's why courts exist. That's why a judge is there, is to uphold the fucking law. You have to be told to uphold the constitutional rights? Come on, man. Unfortunately, cases like Darby's are routine, said Colette Tevet, a Colorado attorney and former director of training at the National Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. That group, along with ACLU, studied South Carolina's magistrate courts after a researcher raised concerns about the state's compliance with constitutional protections. Quote, "What I witnessed firsthand was beyond disturbing," end quote, said this Colette person. "Sitting in these magistrate courtrooms, I watched lives being ruined with alarming regularity. Magistrates are a vestige of America's colonial past. Early settlers mirrored their system of justice on that of England, where rulers dispatched lay judges among their subjects to resolve various disputes." Well, we have that. We have arbitration, you see. That's before you go before a magistrate or a judge. So that, where's your, I can't. These judges were largely chosen for their common sense, not their legal pedigree. And I'm sure there's some good old boy shit going on too. All right, let's just understand. All right. Over time, their jobs became more complex. Criminal codes grew as more offenses were added, and technology and science lent new opportunities to present and challenge evidence of crimes. Magistrates soon found themselves assessing the validity of alcohol breath tests at traffic stops, and in felony cases, they preside over preliminary hearings, parsing whether sufficient probable cause exists to put someone on trial for murder. Across the country, states grappled with whether common sense was still enough to qualify someone to sit in judgment of such cases. It should be. Before you get into all these fucking legal codes and shit, then, it's like what should be common sense is no longer that. Because remember, the law is not based in righteousness. It doesn't have even a moral compass, really. You lose your arm. Somebody hacks your arm off on purpose. The court is just there to try and make you whole. That's it. And to punish the person that did it. It doesn't deal in this is why the prisons reflect the legal system, because the prisons should be a place of rehabilitation, to set your moral compass again and things like that. And then they go hand in hand, because neither one is designed for that. This is why we give everything in money, is how they assess everything to make you whole as a litigant, certainly as a plaintiff or a defendant, in American cases. Everything's just fixed with money. Money. Throw money at it. Just throw money at it. That's why it's such a litigious society that you have in America. It's just, I can't. In the 1970s, California jettisoned its misdemeanor courts after its state Supreme Court ruled it unconstitutional for a person who isn't a lawyer to jail someone. You needed a whole ruling for that? Around the same time, Florida consolidates its courts. The state also required that all judges have a law license. The long-term trend nationally points to more legal professionals presiding over lower courts, said Bill Raftery, an analyst with the National Center for State Courts. So far, 28 states, including North Carolina and most of the Southeast, require a law degree, bitch, for judges handling misdemeanor cases, according to data compiled by Raftery. Harpootlian, the state senator and trial lawyer, is among those who contend that South Carolina would benefit from following this trend. Quote, if you went to the doctor's office, there are procedures one of the assistants could handle, he said. But if it's something that could result in permanent injury, you want a doctor. Not everyone is convinced. State Rep. Muriel Smith, a Republican lawyer who runs a civil practice in Sumter, acknowledged the courts must ensure defendants are afforded their constitutional protections, but he said magistrates who aren't lawyers have proven capable of doing their jobs. No, bitch, they've proven they're not. That's why this is even a story. Quote, a law degree is not a prerequisite to being a good judge, he said. I don't know who the guy is, never saw him, never heard him. I'm sure that's what he sounds like, what I just fucking quoted to you. A law degree is not prerequisite to being a good judge. Some states have kept judges who aren't lawyers on the bench, but reined in their power. Among South Carolina's neighbors, Georgia, for instance, doesn't allow its magistrates to preside over jury trials. The state also, so you talking about somebody said they're giving jury instructions? After you went through a trial, this motherfucker's giving jury instructions? Like, nah, this can't happen, dude. So all this shit should be thrown out. Anybody that was under any of these magistrates, I don't give a fuck if it was from misdemeanor and petty infractions to criminal, all that shit should be thrown out. Should be thrown out. You know, it's kind of like right up there with you know, okay, you can do this big expose, but there's real people that have been injured by this. Their lives have been upset. You see, including the sister that lost her job in her house over the $1,000 fine. You see, it's right up there with you know, I just again was watching something the other day where it was some police stop. And they're still going to this smell of weed shit. Give a fuck, nigga. Weed is legal across this bitch. And white people are making billions on it. So, but they're still clinging to this shit with black people. The smell of weed. So what? I smell your ass. Now what? What charge is that? Like, I can't even do it, man. The state also recently passed a law requiring the municipal court judge who handled minor criminal matters have a law license. South Carolina has adopted more modest changes as part of a push for overall reforms to the state judiciary. In the late 1990s, lawmakers increased educational requirements for magistrates. They now must have, well, then you may as well start letting police come in and be lawyers or be judges too now, because why not? Well, because why not? Now they must have a 4-year college degree, ooh, in addition to a high school diploma, ooh. Those who aren't lawyers must observe 5 civil and 5 criminal hearings, including 2 jury trials in the state's circuit court. That's nothing. Did you hear that? They must observe 5 civil and 5 criminal hearings. Just a hearing. Just a hearing. Not the trial, just a hearing. They must also complete a hands-on training course which totals 52.5 hours. By comparison, police officers who often appear before magistrates must complete a 12-week training academy. South Carolina is also stricter on its barbers. Their school mandates 1,500 hours. Another key prerequisite is that magistrates pass a competency exam. These tests require a 6th grade reading level and knowledge of basic mathematics, how to tell time, days of the week, according to a court administrator memo. All right. A reporter took and passed the online test. They took less than an hour to complete. One 12-minute multiple choice test had questions including what is the smallest number and what is the earliest date. Some magistrates require multiple attempts to pass. But exactly how many is unclear. So, I mean, I can't. Listen, what I know for sure is that this would not be in place. And I don't know the counties that they're citing and all this, but I know those are all predominantly black counties, and this is predominantly happening to black people. That I know without, I don't have to go to South Carolina, I don't have to be able to spell South Carolina, and I know that. I know it, because I know this white devil. I know. I know. I know. I know. The court official denied the Post and Courier request for those records to find out why the bitch had to, whoever it was, had multiple attempts to pass this basic ass test, claiming confidentiality protections that are offered to judges, not magistrates, bitch. But they're still insinuating this to give them the protection. These protections extend beyond what other state employees receive under South Carolina's open records law. The newspaper was able to obtain archived letters documenting test results of 31 sitting magistrates. Among that sampling, 3 required multiple attempts. Separately, the Independent Voice newspaper reported that another 4 magistrates, nearly half the bench in Chester and Fairfield counties, also took the test multiple goddamn times. A lack of acumen has manifested itself in magistrate courtrooms again and again. To fill a magistrate opening in Dorchester County in 2009, former Republican State Senator Michael Rose, who needs to die, selected Arthur somebody, a construction worker who chaired the county GOP. He gets to be a magistrate. Is that him? Former magistrate? There he is. Arthur Fatass. So this Republican Michael Rose appoints Fatass, who was a construction worker who chaired the county GOP. With no legal experience to draw from, Fatass handled an estimated 3,000 civil and criminal cases a year in almost 3 years. Then he learned he wasn't cut out for the job. While attending a class on judicial ethics law, Fatass realized he had already violated these canons in a previous case. He hadn't known it was wrong to lower a defendant's bail to $10 and then pay it himself. He turned himself in, and officials from the Office of Disciplinary Counsel discovered he had mishandled basic elements of several other trials. In one matter, Fatass rejected a request for a restraining order against a police officer, saying it would have, quote, serious effect on the officer's career. Investigators wrote in the judge's disciplinary file. Court officials suspended him, and he later resigned. Fatass could not be reached for comment because he was busy eating and grazing. But in 2013, he told South Carolina Lawyers Weekly that his actions were not malicious. And we're supposed to believe it because he's white and he's a fat ass. So it's biblical, it's gospel. I did not mean to violate any standard. It was a lack of education that led me to it, said the fat ass. I didn't know any better. Clemens Stalker also lacked legal training when his bitch ass became a Richland County magistrate in 1990. A barber who ran a barbecue business, he was appointed by his longtime friend, Democrat State Senator Darrell Jackson, who insisted he could learn on the job. In 2001, one of Stalker's relatives, Willie Earl Reese, landed in jail after he allegedly pistol whipped a man he suspected of having an affair with his wife. Despite Reese's history of assault and domestic violence, Stalker convinced a fellow magistrate to settle low bail for him. Reese posted a bond the same day. 5 days later, 5 days after his release, he shot and killed his wife, Teresa Reese. He later pled guilty for murder. Jackson reappointed Stalker in 2003. 2 years later, the judge admitted to misconduct in the Reese case and several other matters, prompting a 30-day suspension from the disciplinary office. Jackson said he was unaware of Stalker's actions, didn't know, in the Reese case when he reappointed him. You didn't know he killed it? I can't. In fact, he said he first learned of the issue from the Post and Courier, but he still defends Stalker's character, calling him, quote, one of the finest people I ever worked with in my life. He the homie. Stalker retired in 2007, and he has recently fallen ill, thank God, according to Jackson. A woman at Stalker's home in Hopkins said he declined to be interviewed. The case still haunts Cora Joyner, Teresa's 70-year-old mother. Joyner found her daughter shot in the head on the front lawn that night in 2001. A framed portrait of Teresa still sits in the room she built over the spot where her daughter died. How much more of this? Because I'm really tiring of this nonsense now. We're at, okay, well, fast forward, we'll hear some of the, I see some, there's some audio. Let's hear that.
He may ever put you in jail?
I got 7 kids.
Oh God, you gotta quit breaking the law.
You hear the person say, I got 7 kids. Oh God, you gotta stop breaking the law. This is that same bitch we heard at the beginning, this Adams person.
I don't care if you have 17 children. You need to think about that when you get up in the morning and you decide to get in the car and break the law. And if you think I won't put you in jail in a New York minute, you are dead wrong. I don't care if you have to get 5 jobs to pay my tickets off.
You can't help but wish that bitch falls down a very long flight of stairs, breaking every vertebrae on the way down that can't be operated on or repaired in any way. Here's more of her season's joy.
I'm not having another hearing. If you miss a payment, normally I send a letter to people and say, what's going on? Come to court and talk to me. You miss a payment, I'm sending this officer straight to arrest you, and you're going to do 90 days in jail.
She is just the picture of compassion, isn't she? Tawanda Brown. This Adams bitch sentenced her to jail after she fell behind on traffic ticket payments. Brown says she couldn't afford to pay $100 a month towards the fines. You see, again, this white devil, especially after 9/11, and even now, when especially white people, if they're allowed anywhere near me and they know I'm Muslim, first thing they want to ask me is, what about Sharia law? What about Sharia law? It says kill your white ass as soon as I see you, so you might want to back up, bitch. Okay, it doesn't say that, fine. All right, but the propaganda that they spread with that, why I cite it now is because in this case, okay, they're fining her and she's saying she can't afford to pay it. Islam requires that they would look into that first and assess a fine, if there's even going to be a fine. Assess a fine that is within what she's able to pay and that is fair. Do you understand? It's like I was telling you again recently how, you know, if I loan you money, you ask to borrow money from me. If it's not a hardship for me, I shouldn't loan it to you, I should give it to you. That's first. Secondly, let's say I need my money, damn it. And so I'm going to loan you this money, but I need it back in 2 weeks. 2 weeks come, you're not able to pay me back because you have a hardship. I can't attach any interest or fees to it, and I have to give you time to pay me back. So says the owner of existence. You see, Islam fixes everything. including these tacky ass fucking magistrates that shouldn't be in place. I think we've seen enough of this, everybody. I really do. Let me come to you and see what you're saying first. You know, it's just, who's this? William somebody, former South Carolina state senator who now serves in Congress, nominated George K. Lael as a magistrate. Lael had his law license suspended after he was caught stealing thousands of dollars from accounts he managed. So there's that. Reforms face opposition. We'll read this because we know what the problem is. Now we'll see what they're saying they want to do and why it's meeting opposition. And of course, it's going to meet with opposition. But okay. Some state senators have pushed to fill more magistrate openings with seasoned lawyers in an effort to increase the legal pedigree of the bench. But there are practical challenges. For one, some rural counties have very few lawyers to fill those slots because they're nothing but backwood hicks out there. McCormick County, population 9,600, has just 3 licensed attorneys, but 2 magistrate seats. In many areas, lawyers would also likely face substantial pay cuts to join the bench. Give a fuck. It's always about money. You see, everything's about money, fucking money. The median salary for full-time magistrates is roughly $77,000, according to data the judges self-report to court administration. So they self-report. So we only get $77,000. That's all I'm getting. But pay is calculated by county based on population. In some rural cases, the judges make less than $50,000. Quote, you're not going to get lawyers at $40,000 a year. Harpoon somebody, the state senator and trial lawyer said. You're going to have to increase funding statewide and then provide them offices and provide them staff. Well, you could also pluck some paralegals. You see? You could do that. And they would probably be more willing to take $40,000-$50,000 a year. You know, see it as an intern position. There's many ways to scale this. But when State Representative Eddie Talon, a Spartanburg Republican, proposed reforms in 2016, he ran into another issue. Senators resistant to changing the system they control. His bill called for magistrates to be screened by the same panel that reviews the state's felony and appellate court judges. That process requires far more detailed disclosures from candidates and subjects than a public hearing. The bill passed the House easily, but the proposal didn't make it to the Senate floor. You see, that's why we can count the number of senators we've had in the U.S. Senate. They're talking about state Senate here, but it's the same at the state level as it's the fucking federal level. But why they have kept us away from that is because that's where the dirt is. That's the white fucking bench gatekeeper. You see what I'm saying? You can have 100 black people in the Congress. Give a fuck. They don't mind. But the Senate is only, it's 434 of them motherfuckers. But only 100 senators, bitch. Only 100. Only. And your black ass is not allowed to be one. And when you are, you must be fucking Tim Scott's bitch ass. They are happy with the way the magistrate, but it didn't make it to the Senate floor because they are happy with the way magistrates are selected and see no reason to change it. Hodges, the former governor of South Carolina, should follow its laws. Former governor said South Carolina should follow its laws and allow governors to select magistrates, as it's done in many other states. That's what I thought. The governor does that. You can be appointed by the governor to the bench, or you're elected. If you're going to be accountable for the performance of people who are theoretically appointed by you, you ought to have a great say in who sits on those seats, he said. It probably involves quality. It probably improves quality. It certainly improves accountability. Another proposal last year called for magistrates to have law licenses only in counties with populations above 75,000. That's going to be the niggers, which would cover 18 of the state's 46 counties. I'm sure if we just look at the electoral map, we will find that these counties reflect where the black vote is. No question in my mind about it. That bill didn't make it to the House floor. It would have ensured that in many places, only a magistrate with specialized training in the law would handle a case like Sasha Darby's in Lexington County, in which she was accused of striking her roommate during a fight. Some name I'm not going to try and pronounce. The Seattle law professor reviewed court audio and documents from Darby's case. He said Adams, the whore we heard, violated her rights by refusing to allow Darby to defend herself. Quote, the judge was ignoring the possibility that Miss Darby had a self-defense and did not allow her to explore whether she had been in fear of her roommate, who apparently had raised her hands and gotten into her face. Big word, citing the court audio. The whore convicted Darby and ordered her to pay $150 a month towards the $1,000 fine. Darby knew she couldn't afford the payment and soon fell behind. The whore issued a bench warrant on 8th December 2016, and deputies picked up Darby when she was newly pregnant. She spent 3 weeks in jail. When she got out, she learned that she had lost her job and been evicted. Homeless and 4 months pregnant, she convinced a friend to let her stay on their couch. One night, feeling a jolt in her belly, she rushed to the bathroom. She miscarried in the tub. I always go back, she said through the tears. Had I not been jailed, had I gotten the better care that I needed, I've always had that wonder. Wow. I mean, they're just fucking up people's lives, man. It's not about righteousness, it's not about justice, it's not about anything other than just fleecing the fuck out of people, and most of all, trying to control and destroy the lives of black people. That's, no matter who else is snagged up in this shit, won't give a fuck. The intent is us. Always remember that. Don't fall for that hocus pocus. Well, I seen other, fuck what you saw. I'm telling you what it's for and what it's about. Know that. These people are the devil, dude. Robert. Okay, Jedi. Put in or type in Farcon SD 20. Oh, Saves Day 2024 address. If you put these words in, you will see the whole speech on YouTube or where, Robert? Righteous indignation. A big shout out to you, Queen. You say, I apologize. I'm like 30 minutes delayed. It's been a very eventful night. Do share. You know Whitey is meant for hellfire because they smell like sulfur. Glory. Son, that's to righteous. Son, that's to the chat. Did you leave, son? Wow, that, oh no, okay, wow, that is some news about the judges. It's ridiculous. Sweet D says it's wicked. Like, how, and you could just hear that was like Keisha, handling the case, that first audio that we heard, man. Like, but this investigation in this article exists. So if I'm a defendant, if I end up in any of these courts, I say, you're not qualified to tell me shit. I only showed up today so I wouldn't have a a failure to appear or some shit. But this means nothing. And I want a real lawyer, a real judge right now. That's my constitutional right. Or I'm not hearing fucking thing you got to say to me. And mean it. I can. You love me. Haha. Oh, this is so good. Perfect. These are sliced up in segments. So I gotta look through the whole damn thing to share it with you. Alhamdulillah. Okay. Now, this was the just to give you a little taste. This was the portion of the Terry Crews thing that I mentioned, you guys, where he's talking about what happened with Dwayne and Gabrielle Union. Dwayne Wade and Gabrielle Union. Oh, how do we lie but it's to the regime? You have to see the whole thing, because whatever I think of Terry Crews and thought about him, I have a new respect for him. A new appreciation even, you know? He was so forthright, so honest, so open, so vulnerable, so and I like anybody that's a talker. Shannon didn't have to ask him a lot of questions. I mean, he just had a lot. He wasn't one of these celebrities that's clammed up and, you know, wait for you to ask me a bunch of shit. He had a lot to tell, and he told it, man. This is this exchange here now with the Gabrielle Union and Dwayne Wade thing. I want a little bit of house volume because I don't want to, because I'm getting the delay, the system delay in the earbuds. So I need real time.
You caught a lot of criticism, a lot of flack, a lot of heat with the Gabrielle Union situation. I think she was released from AGT, and it's seemingly some of the tweets that you said.
I need to see if you're getting echo.
You caught a lot of criticism, a lot of flack, a lot of heat with the Gabrielle Union situation. I think she was released from AGT, and it's seemingly some of the tweets that you said about black communism. I think something to that effect. What were the terms? Black supremacy. And for the longest time, it seemed like Black Twitter was on your side, the Black society was on your side. But it seemed like when you didn't come to the defense of Gabrielle, it seemed like it switched on you a little bit. Yeah. And then it was tough because you're on an island. Yeah. You're on an island. How were you able to get over that, and then have you talked to Gabrielle since then?
Yes. Let me tell you, man, that is one of my biggest regrets. Again, I apologize publicly, but I up to this time, I never had talked to her. And this is the thing, man. And the problem I had was getting on Twitter.
Yeah.
And you can't have a nuanced conversation. This is the thing too.
Not in 100, what was it,
No,
180 characters back
no,
then?
no.
140, now it's 280, but you still can't.
And this is another thing. You can't do anything angry. And I got angry.
Right.
People's talking, you know, the internet talks. They talk junk. They talk about my wife, they talk about my kids, and I got mad, and then you start tweeting. Angry tweeting it's just like road rage.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't smart. And let me tell you a beautiful story. And I think this is going to sum it all up. And I really, really hope and pray that everyone understands, because this is such a beautiful thing. 2 years ago, my wife and I were celebrating our anniversary at it was at a music festival with Robert Glasper and all these guys. And we sit up there, and Dwayne Wade and Gabby come in. And now I didn't know they were there, but my wife was looking behind me. She's like, honey. And I'm like, I look, and I said, oh man. And I said, because I had apologized publicly, but we had never talked personally. Mm-hmm. Now I knew through therapy is one of those things that you have to wait to be invited into people's circles, you know, especially if there was anything wrong. Man, Dwayne Wade comes up to me, and I get this tap on my shoulder. Dude, it was the most beautiful thing ever. I turn around, he says, what's up, black man? What's up? He said, I see another black king here. I just want to acknowledge you. And he gives me a hug. Wow. Hey, man, I'm broke. I'm sitting here going, now, if anybody could have been like, man, bump this dude, I'm out of here. Mm-hmm. I said, Dwayne, I said, man, can I talk to you and your wife together? He said, man, come over here. Shannon, it was me, Gabby, Rebecca, and Dwayne. Just us four. No internet, no nothing. And I went right over and I said, I am sorry, Gabrielle, because there's things I didn't know. I'm speaking angry, but there was so much to the story that I didn't even fully understand. And I screwed that up. Mm-hmm. And then the internet got involved, and then it was horrifying. Mm-hmm. And my wife, this is another thing, my wife was telling me not to say anything. No, don't. Right. But I'm Terry Crews. This is where you get arrogant. This is where you get prideful. And I was wrong. I was wrong. And I apologized to her face again. I said, Gabby, please accept this apology. And dude, she did. She gave me the biggest hug, hugged my wife. Dude, we ate with them. We had lunch with them, enjoyed this music. And I'm sitting here like, who gets this? Man.
Put that in context, that who gets this, because throughout the interview, he is citing extraordinary moments in his life, like even the Denzel thing I was talking about, when Antoine Fuqua, invites him to be in that scene with Denzel, and he's like, who gets this? Like, who has this happen to their life? You know, his relationship with his father. It's so many things, man. Shut up, Jedi.
Wayne and Gabby, I got nothing but the utmost respect, because if anybody could have just been like, I ain't got nothing to say to them. But I said, what a move. Like, man, that transcended what I call, it was from heaven, man. It was like a whole nother thing, and a level of humility that it took for him to come over and just be like, give me that love like that, man. Right. They will forever be. I'm in admiration. I'm in awe of him and her. And I'm just thankful. I'm thankful to call them friends. And I'm thankful that they gave me the shot to say that I apologize to their face, without the internet, without all this junk. And it was hard, man, that whole time.
Yeah, because there's a lot of tweets going on. Black Lives Matter, but we got to make sure Black lives are better. Or things of that So it kind
We can't let Shannon be on camera without commenting. Again, I love Shannon. He's becoming one of my new favorite people. But this vest he's wearing is a little concerning to the judges. And what you don't see, and I don't know if you'll see it in this clip, is it's one of these things that has like some stuffed animal made to it. Like, I need more punch.
of morphed. You were like angry that people were saying these shots, and it kind of morphed into something.
And by the way, Terry Crews is 55.
You can't, and this is another thing, man. It's just that, you know,
He looks the same there as he looked in the fucking Friday movie. I'm over it.
all things, you know, I had to learn to shut up.
Right.
Ain't the hot take? You don't need to give a hot take.
Right.
There's no hot takes on everything. You know, you reach a point where okay, I'm in the public eye. Time for me to issue a statement.
Right.
You know, huh? No. In fact, don't say anything.
Right.
And let me tell you, man, just like I learned in the NFL, how to really, really work hard. With this thing, I had to learn how to be quiet. You out of your league here. You know what I mean? This is too complex.
Right.
A conversation. There's too much nuance here for you to wrap it up in a tweet.
No.
You know what I mean? It's too much pain involved. And I heard a lot of people. With that. And it's, again, it's one of those things where I apologize, but I have to say, I'm like, I know in my heart why, because I was angry.
Right.
And you can't speak out of anger.
You hurt me too, T, when you tried to boycott Magic City.
I was getting on everybody's nerves back there.
You heard me like, at the end close of that, he out there trying
See
to
there?
boycott
See
him.
the vest, y'all? Wait, damn it, we gotta see it. I hate to do that to your eyes. I know you. Everybody get Visine, get whatever drops you need. Take an aspirin. If you have punch, keep it near.
You heard me like, at the end close of that, he out there trying to boycott him, I'm gonna be on the other side. He talking about closing.
Wait, and then I just saw another violation that I think we'll have to stop the stream here because I have to go to the hospital. It's still a violation. I thought he was wearing those stretch pants with hard shoes.
You heard me like, at the end close of that, he out there trying to boycott him, I'm gonna be on the other side. He talking about close it down, open it up. Open it up.
That was my porn problem. You know what I mean? I've been very vocal about that. Right. But that was me.
And everybody drinks Shannon's cognac, whiskey, I don't know, some fucking whatever. But Terry doesn't drink.
You know what, man? Again, you know, what can I say, man? And again, there's people who hate my guts to this day. I totally understand.
You ever been to Magic?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we were playing a little.
Hello. You gonna close it down if you don't got your people on.
No, I've been there.
I know.
I mean, when I was in the league, that's the first stop in Atlanta, man. They'd be like, okay, we're going. You know what I mean? Again, man, my thing is, I gotta shut up. And even my wife was like, you need to be quiet. I said, you know, I think I do. And over the last couple of years, I've been learning, the problem is I was too quick with statements and my ears weren't open and I needed to listen. And that's what I've been doing now. I just tell the story, my own story, my personal stories, and I've just been quick to listen. That's where I'm at. And I really, really want to thank you for letting me tell that story about Dwayne and Gabrielle.
Thank you.
Because I love them. and they showed me a whole nother level of kindness that I didn't deserve. I'll be honest with you, and I'm thankful for them. And it was so wild, man. I gave them the biggest hug, and I just said, man, thank you. You know, and just to tell that story and be able to tell it in the right context, because I know you sat down here with Dwayne,
Yep.
and, you know, and I got nothing but love for Gabrielle and Dwayne, nothing but love. And me and Rebecca.
Want to join Club Shay Shay?
It was a
Become an
great
official
interview.
member by hitting that
It
subscribe
really
button, where
was
you never know
something,
who's going to be joining us for drinks and
you
conversation.
know, because like I say, if you had any, for me, because I've dragged him, you know, I think also after Nick Cannon, the dust up with America's Got Talent, and I think that he can, or maybe Gabrielle was in between Nick and him. I don't remember, but just, you know, we've had, and you know, he's made statements, you know, and there was the first time I almost fell off the earth actually was at one point in the interview when he's talking about his NFL career. He's talking about playing injured. He goes, you know, especially if you black, they never give you, they always think you're trying to get out of playing. But if he's never seen a white football player get hurt and they see anything other than, oh my God, he's injured and he's just, you know, he has to heal and the bullshit. And I'm like, did Terry Crews just say there's racism? Stop the press, you know. Yeah, man. There's a couple other ones that I want to show you. The Cat Williams thing, because Cat Williams was homeless when they did the Friday movie. And he talks about his infidelity, cheating on his wife. He's just so open, man. Like, I relate to it because I'm a very open person, you know. And I just don't believe there's any reason to hold secrets. There's things that are private that you should hold. You don't want people to just, you don't put your life on the fucking front page of the newspaper. But those are things everybody would agree on. I'm talking about just being overly just secretive and shit. There's no need for that. And so he was very open, and again, I think it only could have happened here or on Oprah, because you have to be able to listen to get an interview like this, you know. He dealt with the dust up with him being groped back in the day, and that thing we knew about him being assaulted by turns out it was one of the somebody worked for the firm that represents him, you know. We'll just call it the agency right now, you know. How he dealt with that. He talks about how it's a good thing for brothers to see too, because how he navigates his way through things, self discovery and self honesty, how he processes things. And you know, at one point he talks about how the thread that he sews through the interview of how football played such a role in his character and how he learned to deal with different things is also very informative. It's just, I can't say enough good things about it. It's so good, man. Like, wow. Let's see. Okay, I thought the Cat Williams things was a cut, but it's not a cut. It's the entire fucking thing. I can't do it. Okay, well, I just need a replacement one now, so we'll do this one. Because they've not cut the Cat Williams thing out as a separate. If so, I don't see it. That's fine. Like I said, you're going to go and watch this whole interview because it's worth your time. I wouldn't say it if it wasn't, you know. Let's see this. This is him talking about he was Ice Cube's security and how he came.
Cube's car on the set of Next Friday.
Just a second.
I actually was watching Cube's car on the set of Next Friday. And I was watching all these guys walking around this movie set as a security guard. Right. And Cube would walk by every day and I would watch his car. I was like, yes, Mr. Cube, how are you, Mr. Cube? He'd be like, yeah, what's up, man? Walk by like, we just watch the car. And then all the way to being in the next movie, Friday After Next. Right. Which gave me my shot, which really blew me up, which, just being close, being it. A lot of
his story is also a lesson in being humble. Even though he admits his times when he was arrogant or egotistical and things like that, but there's a thread of learning. It's just, I can't.
Times for me, it was just showing up, right, and being open to it, because here it is. I didn't even know this was my destiny. Right. You know what I mean? I never told anybody that I wanted to act. Right. I was trying to be a filmmaker and do all this stuff, but it's unbelievable, man. And when I see that, I got a star on the Walk of Fame, and this stuff is still. I'm the most grateful man in this town, man, 100%. What happened was, Cube remembered me. He was like, yo, man, you the security guard, because everybody loved Training Day. When Training Day came out, he said, man, we doing another Friday. I got a call from the location manager. They said, hey, man, Cube, people want to see you. I went in, it was me, Cat Williams, sitting next to each other in a little bitty room. And he was like, man, come on in, we got this, because Tiny Lister didn't want to do, my good friend. Yeah. God bless his soul. Yeah. Tiny Lister didn't want to do the third one. And they said, we got a new character, a guy named Damon, and the whole thing. I was like, and see, you got to understand too, I had nothing to lose. Right. Like when I say nothing to lose, I came in there like Craig and Day Day. Just the niggas I want to see, Bro, I had nothing. I went back to Flint on them. I was like, oh, this is where I came. These are the cats I knew. Right. And I came in there, man, and Offset, Cube, everybody, they're like, oh. And then Cat came in and just the audition. And they said, you in. And Friday After Next. Listen, I saw Cube probably about a month ago. And I walked up to him, man. I said, dude, thank you. Thank you. I said, you have no idea how many careers you started just by giving us that shot. Right. A lot of people never, ever really give props what props is due. Mm-hmm. Because they're like, well, I didn't get that much money. But dude, that was my start. Listen, I was in a little bitty cubicle. Man, I was just thankful. I was walking around. And listen, and what was so crazy is me and Cat was homeless at the time. Wow. So Cat was living in his trailer. And me and Cat said, hey, man, and I remember talking to Cat, I said, Cat, I said, we never get another opportunity. We got to make sure they remember us. I said, because we the two new cats in this whole thing. They know everybody else. Right. I said, but it's me and you. And remember, man, I was not going to let what happened in my football career happen to my entertainment career.
Man, I'm listening to you tell the story, T. And the way you telling the story, football never gave you the high that what you got by just doing that.
Exactly. I knew I was in my destiny. When I say, and this is what I'm saying, I found my.
See how Shannon listens? You feel what I'm saying? That's when you get more out of an interviewee. You feel me? Like, why it's so engaging is because you're here to hear Terry Crews or whoever the subject might be. When the interviewer gets in the way and it's more, if more camera shots are on them, you're like, shut the fuck up. Like, just no. So that's what, and you see, like, even what he just, what that interaction there, that's not something you can write on a card. I'm going to ask him this. You got to be listening to get that. That's an interaction with your guest. So what you told me about football, you didn't get that, that thing you were looking for from that. And this is organic. This is organic.
My destiny. I was gone. When people see that scene in Friday After Next, look, you turn the sound down, it ain't a comedy. Right. We was crying. Right. We were deep. They was so in it. He was crying, I was crying. People were sitting by the monitors like, what are we looking at right now? Because I was so gone in and I said, this is what, and then it was so wild because I didn't even want money anymore. I said, I want that feeling again. You know, you know what I mean? It's too, because you could talk about athletes and money and all that stuff, but there's a point when I'm sure when you just catching and doing everything right, you want to chase that again. They call it the zone. They call it what it's just flow, whatever that is. And let me tell you, you know when I hit that flow again? When I was doing White Chicks. That movie, White Chicks. Everything I said just flowed.
Friday Up Next, White Chicks came off of.
Well, it came after that,
Right?
Because again, you're talking about the whole Black Hollywood is very small, and they saw, and once Friday After Next hit, people were like, "This dude," and so what was so great is Keenan Ivory Wayans was like, "Hey man, we got to get this dude a shot."
Right.
You know what I mean? Because they're like, man, we want some of that on us. And it kept, on all my business, Shannon, in this town has been repeat business. I mean, the reason I was with all these Sandler movies, Adam Sandler called me. But the thing is, when I did Longest Yard, which was my revenge on the NFL, me and Michael Irvin, the whole movie, I was like, this is the one everybody gonna remember. Like, good God, like, who gets that?
Right.
You know what I mean? And I remember Chris Rock was like, hey man, he's on the movie, Longest Yard. He said, dude, you're killing, I got something for you. I said, what is it? He said, don't worry about it, I got something for you. I go home, the script for Everybody Hates Chris is literally on my doorstep. I open that up, he's like, I want you to play my dad. Because he saw me and my wife and my 2 kids out there in Santa Fe, New Mexico, when we was filming Longest Yard. He was watching. And that's the thing another people, you got to remember, everybody is watching. Everybody is watching.
Back in the day, y'all, when I was in the thick of it all, we had this saying in my entourage of being seen. I've shared this with you before, but it was a thing that produced itself because literally every time we would go out and do something, we would get something else from being seen. Somebody saw you do such and such. Oh, we want you to do such and such. Can you do such and such? You're being seen. So it became this thing where we would, if we were at a swank something, we were showing up in limousine, we get out of the limousine going, being seen, being seen, being seen. It was just like, and we'd be cracking up amongst ourselves, but that came back to me when he said that. Like, he's just there on the set or on this Longest Yard, but Chris Rock sees his interaction with his family and blah, blah, blah. He's being seen. And so therefore
That's the thing another people, you got to remember, everybody is watching. Everybody is watching. And so then I played Chris's dad, and Everybody Hates Chris for 4 years straight. This man, when I look at my life, man, I just thank God for every opportunity. And now this is another thing, because I'm now reached the point, because I play with all these guys and they're gone. Now I'm losing actors.
Oh,
to be a king.
Never.
Man, Andre Bauer passed away last week. And he took me under his wing, man. You talk about one of the best actors of our generation. Right. I mean, Juilliard trained, absolutely incredible, Emmy Award winning, dramatic beast.
Right. Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Correct?
Brooklyn Nine-Nine, who was able to come and flip it to a comedy like that. And I was like, man, what is the secret? And he never, this is another thing, he was like a super all-pro who could have looked down on all of us, but decided he was just gonna pull us all up with him. 61 years old. He was like my big brother.
Right.
I look at guys that are dying. When I look at Michael Clark Duncan's gone. Tiny Lister, gone. Lance Reddick, gone. I'm like, Chadwick Boseman, gone. We did a movie Draft Day together. Okay? And I'm going, man, you don't have forever. You don't. You gotta go for it. You got to get what you have come to get now. and you can't waste time. You can't treat it like, well, I'll whatever.
tomorrow.
Because I seen it in the NFL. And everybody thought, and this is the thing, everybody had determined certain people that already won. Like, I won life, he won. You know, people say, hey, won the internet, whatever. It ain't never over it. It's never how you start. It's how you finish.
Right.
And let me tell you, when I'm done, and I'll be honest with you, man, I'm just getting started. I truly, truly feel I have the same energy that I had when I first started. I'm really thankful to be sitting here with you right now. But I admire you for it, but just your transition. You know what I mean? And the energy that you bring. Your passion is palpable. And I'm the same way. I'm 100% passionate.
Right.
That's all I am.
Right.
You know what I mean? I don't know no other way. I have no other way. I do everything like I'm getting $1 million.
When you sat down for the audition to read with Cat, did you know Cat prior to that?
Nope, not at all.
And you guys became pretty cool after
We
that.
became amazing friends. And what's so crazy, I used to watch him because we, remember a movie, when you shoot a movie, then you got to wait 1.5 years for it to come out.
Correct.
So you just wait, like people, you're like, man, well, I got this thing coming. They're like, yeah, right, whatever. and you know what's so funny? After Friday.
But now you can, I don't know, but I was going to say that now you can pretty much know when the shit's going to be out. It used to be, if I did something on television or something like that, you didn't know when it was going to air, In fact, even how I even have my scenes from the television movie that I did with Vanity, my dad saw it. Saw the promo or something, like within maybe a day before it came out, I don't know. I just was like, everybody needs to be watching for it. Everybody needs to be watching for it, You don't know when it's, but now you can know, like when I've in more contemporary years, when I've been to even show tapings, they tell you when your episode is airing, like when it's going to air. And I've seen shows where they're on talk shows and they're saying, I've heard references like that aren't part of the conversation, but somehow come up that speak to what I'm trying to offer as evidence, that now, like when stuff is going to be, if it's on television or if it's a movie, or if certainly if it's on a streaming service, they know when they're going to stream that. Like, anyway.
Right after next, I had to go back doing security. I had to go back.
Right.
Because I didn't have nothing else to turn to.
Right.
But I knew it was coming.
Right.
And what was so crazy, I would do commercials and different things, but I would go watch Cat Williams at the Hollywood Park Casino. He had his own room.
Mm-hmm.
And this man was the funniest man I ever seen, which was crazy. And then I'll never forget when he started selling out the Universal Amphitheater and watching them blow up. This is another thing too, to watch people it's funny because I see kids that's been on set and now they're superstars now. Like Tyler James Williams is now a superstar.
Right.
I've watched people, this is you never know what's gonna happen. You look at things and you go, oh my God, this man was, listen, one great example. We were at the BET Awards and I saw this little kid walking around with a little hat on. And I was like, hey, I got his mixtape. I said, Kendrick. He's like, you know who I am? It's Kendrick Lamar, bro. I said, man, your mixtape, dude, Section 80 is amazing. I said, you are the next. I said, Rebecca, this is Kendrick. He was like, you know who I am? I said, who? I said, I love you. I said, I think you are going to be the future. And what's so crazy is that he called me a few years later, ended up doing a video with him.
Right.
Because he said, remember when you told me you knew who I was? And remember this? You told me I was going to be doing something great. Look at this, man. Now, look, and tell me he's not the best in the world right now. And I'm so proud. And the thing is, too, man, there's another thing I had to learn and that the NFL taught me that I had to unlearn: competing. I decided to never compete with people. This was my problem. Because I
loved when he got to this, I'll tell mine after he tells his. Yeah.
They call it the sin of comparison.
Right.
When I'm looking at what you got and comparing what I got, it's always going to be a problem.
Yeah.
Always.
Right.
Because you always going to come up short.
Yes.
Somebody always got more.
Right.
And then somebody always got less, but you always want more.
Right.
And I realized, man, that creativity was the exact opposite of competition.
Right.
If I'm being creative, I'm not competing. So I decided, you know what? Because everybody was like, hey, man, you gotta, you gotta be like Tiny, you gotta be this, you gotta blah, blah, blah. I was like, no. I'm gonna be me. I'm gonna be me. And they was like, yeah, but you kind of weird. I said, yeah, I am.
That's what made me unique.
I am. All right. Listen, first of all, you can't even, it got to the point where we read scripts now today, we want a Terry Crews type. Because they know that's just me.
Right.
And I decided by just being creative, that was my ticket out of that world of competition. Because this is the thing, man. The league is always,
it's got to be competition.
It's like, hey man, you versus so-and-so.
Right.
You wait, first of all, you got to fight the people in your own locker room first.
Yeah.
Before you even go up against another team. You know what I mean? And then you always being judged like, well, you missed a step and, did you miss that? But he didn't.
Right.
The coaches would never, they will always tell you what you messed up on.
Right.
And then being black, we would go into the locker room and if you hurt, they act like,
This is when I fell off the earth. I fell off the earth. I go, I'm watching the wrong interview. Quick, what have you done with the real Terry Crews? Tell me now.
Judge like, well, you missed a step and did you miss that? But he didn't.
This right.
The coaches would never, they will always tell you what you messed up on.
Right.
And then being black, we would go into the locker room and if you hurt, they act like, you act like you don't want to play. I'll say, hey man, first of all, the white kids get hurt and they're like, yeah, he's hurt.
Right.
But they never ever treated any black guy I knew in the locker room like he was really hurt. Wow. Like he was trying to cut out on the game.
So in other words, you said I gotta unlearn because it's a jungle mentality because someone is literally trying to take food off your table. Someone is trying to take a roof from over your kid and your family head to make sure they have one. But once you got into the entertainment space, you're like, I'm not competing against him.
Yeah. I mean, what can I do?
I'm in my lane.
First of all, I didn't go to school to act.
Right.
I didn't go to Juilliard.
Right.
You talking to a dude who ain't supposed to be here.
Right.
Everything I'm getting I ain't supposed to have.
Right.
So I'm already behind.
Right.
You know what I mean? But then I realized, wait a minute, if I just bring what I bring, I'm ahead. You know what I mean?
Right.
If I bring what only I bring to a project, because you can't do what I do.
Right.
You know what I mean? And this is the one thing that the magic, and this is what I want to tell every young man is trying to transition out. That's the way it works for everything. You have something that no one else has, but it's up to you to find it.
Right.
You got to find it. And you don't find it by comparing yourself with everybody else and whatever. You find it by finding out what you want to do. And this is when I had to make the hard realization that, man, maybe football it wasn't for me, but it got me to where I am. And I'm very thankful for it. But let me tell you, I love the game. In fact, I don't even have a team. I just love the players.
Right.
It's just, sitting here with players, talking about, what we came through. It feels like a fraternity, man.
Right.
It feels like something we can therapize each other.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because we all know it. We all seen it.
Right.
And we all played those games together. I mean, I was there when they was like, ain't no CTE. Sit down. You just weak.
Right.
I was like, man, my head hurt. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm seeing double.
Right.
And they're like, man, look, you just weak. I was there when they was telling everybody it wasn't real.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm like, no, this is real, man.
We're going to plan B.
Oh, the blood of Jesus. Okay, great. I think that's the end of that clip, maybe. No.
You don't make a lot of money. How do you get past? Because everybody thinks that you're in the movie, you make $1 million or you make $5 million. And it's and the roles, I mean, you're first starting out, it ain't no big payday.
Not at all. Not at all. You get, here's your $500. Thank you very much.
Right.
But that's the thing. I never did it for the money. Remember I told you when we was doing that Friday After Next,
right?
I was chasing that feeling of doing something, of going so deep and doing something so well. It was like when I was sweeping those floors. You know what I mean? You once you start that, you chase it, and you realize I could be excellent at this. And I chase excellence. And what I found is that the money will come.
Right.
That's what's so crazy. But what problem is when you chase money,
Right.
if all of a sudden, because this is the thing, and this is what blew me away. I started to take job off my passion and what I saw would further what I was trying to do. And I wouldn't take jobs for the money. And I turned down a lot of money-making jobs that was terrible. But there was a lot of things that paid a little bit amount of money, but man, took me to a whole nother level. And by doing that, by not chasing the money, man, it's like, it comes, man. The passion will pay for itself.
I don't know if you have any horror stories, but Terrence Howard said that he was only paid like $12,000 for doing Hustle and Flow. You have any horror stories in which you felt that you didn't get the proper compensation that you deserve?
First of all, I understand what Terrence is saying, but I have never, ever, ever looked at whatever money I got as a horror story.
Mm-hmm.
If I did it, I loved it.
Right.
See, but this is the problem. There's a saying I have to say, you can't nod yes and mean no. If I nod yes, I looked at the terms and say, okay, you're gonna pay me $4,000 for 2 days. Okay. If I said okay, I can't come back later and be like, I only got $4,000 for that. Hey man, that's what you presented.
Right.
So there it is. Ain't no, to me, I'm not going back on that.
Right.
And this keeps my heart always full of gratitude, because once I start to complain about any of that, it starts to mess with my legacy. I didn't get nothing for training day. How about that? I didn't get a zero, but it changed my life forever. You didn't know who I was if it wasn't for a no-paying job. First of all, name somebody to play football for money. When they start, you don't get no money.
Right.
You play football for free. You play basketball for free. Then you get all the way to the pros and you get the millions.
But the white folks are making money the entire time.
There's nothing else. Wait, there's no way to hop, skip, and jump this thing. You see what I'm saying? But that's the thing. People are trying to invent ways to get right to the money. But hey, man, first of all, nobody knew who I was, and I got my shot. I got paid maybe $4,000 on Friday after next, but that's why I came up to Cuba and said, thank you. Thank you.
That was a start.
That was the start. Now, ooh, I make money now.
Want to join Club Shay Shay? Become an official member.
I love it, man. I love it. I just love it. Damn it. As I say, it's such a good interview, and you should see it for yourself. I wanted to say, when he was talking about competing, you know, that's another thing I've never done in my life. I've never competed against anybody, because I think it's in the same category as jealousy almost, maybe. But I've never competed. I just, even when I've been in like, this is a competition, you know, for something, I've never competed. Like, nobody can ever be as hard on me as I am on myself, and demand from me more than I expect from myself on anything. You can't do it. I've always been that way. It's a natural part of my being. I always put my best foot forward. I don't half step. If I can't give it my all, then I don't need to do it at all. But I'm self-satisfied and assured when I finish anything that, damn it, I gave it my all and I did my best. And usually I win. On the rare occasion that I haven't, I didn't take it as anything other than I just didn't win, because I know I killed it. Whatever I did, I killed it. I killed it. I did. I killed it. So yeah, don't waste time competing, you know. And I even saw Oprah say one time something over the years. She was kind of in the lane of competition, and she was saying, she was talking about being #1 for 25 years of the Oprah show, 25. And she said she never looked at the how the other shows were doing. There was a million talk shows on, and she said she just ran her race. She said because the energy that it takes to just do this, to see where the other guy is, you lose momentum, you know. And I knew that to be true as it was coming out of her, literally, you know. It just, yeah, man. I'm I'm so grateful that Allah has allowed me to be the human being that I am. And you don't know that you have anything precious until you see so many who don't. And then you go, wow, I'm so glad I'm me, you know. It's just a lot of things I'm not burdened with, and just aren't part of my orbit in any way at all. Where was I? But you need to see that entire interview for yourself. And I'm glad he spoke a little bit on the Cat Williams thing in that clip. That was good, because that's the one I was looking for. Where did I stop on comments? I think I'm here. Robert. Farrakhan said that our rise is their fall. So white people are always busy trying to prevent us from raising to keep them from falling. Well, we know that. Everything in history shows us that. Anytime we've pulled ourselves up by our bootstraps, they have brought their white asses Johnny on the spot to tear it down. You know? And then their new tactic is infiltrate. They still keep with the old tactic of tear it down, but example of that would be Oprah. So if you look at Oprah's staff, she had a bunch of big noses that were, you know, in key position. You know, her right-hand person was Sherry Salata, a fat white bitch with fucking Lion King hair. You know, there she is. And, you know, they infiltrate. You look at Wendy Williams. Here she was, whatever, and I have drugged Wendy for filth, and there's more dragging to do. But all that said, I give her props where they're due. And this is an unknown person. If you didn't listen to radio and weren't in her radio market, fuck about Wendy Williams. Who cares? You know? But she comes from radio and gets a live television show. It'd be enough to just get a taped talk show. That, you know. But a live, bitch. Live. I'm tired thinking about the pressure of that. That means you can't have no days off, because when you do, it's a big production to fucking get you covered. You know, at least when you do like a Broadway play or something, you have a stand-in who may never get a chance to be on stage, but at least they there. You feel me? And they know everything. They know the movements. They know the lines. They know it all. You don't get that if you're a Wendy Williams, you know. And so, but there they were, that was an infiltration. So while her husband, I'm sure, thought he was the king of the empire and probably was bragging, I run Wendy, probably whoop-de-whoop to the boys, you know, the homies, away from, you know, everybody else and stuff like that. It was the white devils running it. Trust and believe, you know. And she should have taken a page out of Oprah's book where you bet on yourself. That's probably one of the greatest things Oprah did, man. When her, and by the will of Allah, because it was a white devil that led her in that direction. She didn't know it on her own. Her show came up for renewal, and instead of it being under, I think she was under, I don't know, carried her. Whatever. She realized, I'm the commodity. So in other words, it's like I'm Paramount Studios and you're Oprah. So I'm buying advertising with Paramount. So when Oprah's show comes on, you see the commercials. My deal is with Paramount. That's how you fund a show, is through advertising, you know. And so in this case, they're saying, no, I'm Oprah, do it with me, not them. Do it with me. And they did. So that means all that revenue comes to Oprah. I'm sure there's other channels, but I'm saying it comes to Oprah, essentially. You feel me? And then after that, all you need, you own the show. Now you just need distribution. You see? Give you an example. Arsenio Hall, the first one, back in the 1990s. Arsenio didn't own his show. Paramount owned Arsenio and the show. So they could say, we don't like that show, we're not running it. We don't like this, you're out, whatever. If he had been in that position, Paramount could have said, we're not going to deal with you anymore. We won't put on your show. So now he won't have a studio to present his show from, but he's still the Arsenio Hall show. That was the difference. Once Oprah owns the show, now she just has a deal with somebody to put on her show. But then she said, fuck that. I'll have my own studio, bitch. Now, nobody can snatch the rug. Nobody can snatch the rug from under Oprah. You see what I'm saying? I own the show and studio. What? What you gonna do? What? Now all I need is lackeys to distribute my show in markets. Man. What made me tell you that? I don't know. Anyway. I'll come back to it, inshallah. But where am I at? Robert, I think I'm at you. Did I read that? Oh, pulling ourselves up by bootstraps. Okay, Cheryl, thanks for checking in. I appreciate that. Because I don't really sometimes know if people are still there. And we're going to start landing. I just saw the time. Robert, yeah. Yes, on YouTube. Okay, but to type that in. All right. In fact, let me try it while I have your ass right there so I can threaten you if it doesn't come up. You said SD. Oh, Minister for Archives. SD. Oops, space. 2024. Address. You will live another day, Robert. Sadly. But yes, indeed, I have found it, my friend.
Allah has to say at the great man.
Allahu Akbar. So it's 3.5 hours. I will watch it and I will bring that and present it. As long as the nation don't have no issues with their clips and stuff like that. But yeah, we have it. Okay, yeah, I have it now, so that's good. All right. Sweet D says Gabrielle is a witch. I think that's kind of a universal consensus. Even though we don't know a lot, there's a lot to infer. You know, any heifer with the same hairstyle for at least 3 decades is a problem. Robert, you got to put those extra words in on YouTube to see the series. I got it now. I heard that ever since Shannon Sharp departed ways with Skip Bayless, Skip's show has gone down the drain, literally, with no views. That's white supremacy without black excellence. Right. White mediocrity is allowed. And then sometimes they have to add black excellence. I heard some black lady say on a round table on MSNBC that, because she's caking for Joe Biden, fuck her. But there she was saying that he stepped up to support Obama. Bitch, Obama selected him to shut some of the white people the fuck up. But she's left with this impression. It came from somewhere. Because like I say, they fail at everything if we do it. Everything. Do you understand? Name anything. Cheryl, you say I need to see the entire interview again. Yeah. If you saw it once already, because you say again. We help white supremacy too damn much. It's time for us to do what Shannon Sharp did and separate and do our own thing. But is he doing his own thing? Because we see Shannon, and I'm careful because I don't know who's behind those cameras and how his business is structured, who's running it. You feel what I'm saying? So he's the black face, and he opens up every show saying he's the sole proprietor of the Club Shay Shay, you know. But you know, it does. Again, we saw Oprah for 25 years, and that's not who runs her shit. It's not black until it's completely fucking black. In my book. Wait, did I finish reading that? Son, you say, I can tell Terry works out by his arms. You think? He looks great, man, and he's 55, and he talks about not drinking because he said his father drank and beat his mom, you know. And he shares a story about he was with his dad one day, and he was saying, you know, he wanted to be in the NFL, and his dad was saying that only, he goes, you're not even getting no NFL. That's only 1 in a million. And he said he just remembers turning to his dad and saying, I am 1 in a million. You know? I could relate to that too, man. I just never thought there was something I couldn't do if I said I was gonna do that. I don't ever remember feeling that way. I always felt like if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. So good for him that he had that at whatever age that happened, you know. That's a double comment. It's the same comment again. Sweet D. The SLL sounds good, but he still let a devil grab his nuts. No, he didn't. He talks about that in the interview. Like, and we talked about it then. Not just us, but it was out there, you know, sort of, you know, like, you know, everything is not hood politics. And there are times when, as an African person, you can be in certain situations and have a moment to wonder, I'm going to react to this shit, but how do I react to this? And he goes into detail. You know, he talks about learning that he could fight something with his mind instead of with his brawn, and good thing he didn't, because the agency was already telling him, well, he's one of us and we can't fire him, so basically we're going to tell your black ass, you feel me? But after he took his legal action, all that changed. They're like, how about this, we'll give you all your money back, and we fired him already, you see? So one has to, I say you could have it both ways. You fight it legally, look good on the surface, and you have some brothers from the hood roll on his house. You feel me? It's not an either or, it's a both and. Plus, a brother who has been molested as a child is not going to just let that happen, you feel me, and be okay with that. That would seem like it's a re-traumatization. You feel me? Re-traumatizing. Son is testifying on you, Robert. Separation is correct. And the Nation of Islam did that very well, especially back in the early days. They had their own supermarkets. They had their own schools. They had their own that writing H&G. My dad, subhanAllah, my dad made a commercial for them, for the Bilalian News, when it was the Bilalian News. I remember all of us was doing backgrounds. Read the Bilalian News. Read the Bilalian News. That was us. We did a commercial for their ass. I feel like they owe me a check. Wait, get my lawyer. Feel me? I feel like they owe me a check though, but it's a check though and stuff. I like the residual piece, like the residual and stuff, but the residual. Yep. Yeah, they were good. I don't know what their business model is now. I know they still have the bean pies and the final call. Outside of that, I don't really know. And I used to still support them with the pie, because that bean pie is like no other, and you will see your own birth and Christ. But I can't be sure they're not using pork in those pies, man. They've slacked. Robert says, yes, on belief in ourselves and step out on faith, like Shannon Sharp did, and watch God go to work. Well, but you know what? But stuff like that also begins when you have somebody like me sitting up here saying, please donate, please donate, please donate. It could be something that simple. It doesn't have to be the big thing. If we can't do that, we're never going to do anything else. You feel what I'm telling you? But I say that to say that many of us don't have just the basic infrastructure installed in us of help our own. No matter what it is or what level it's on. Another black person needs help, you help them. That's it. We don't do that. We don't do that. And I've spoken about the snowball effect of African people. We wait till somebody else do it. Now here our black ass come. We couldn't be the first one to set it off. Alhamdulillah for my brother Kai. When I started my fundraiser for that original, the 20 grand that I was putting together for my move to Africa. Because I had something else I did before that. It was a small dollar amount, something. I don't remember, y'all. But when I first put that together, the first donation came from Kai. And he said to me, I think he typed it. I remember seeing it for some reason. He said, brother, I'm donating this to you, even though I don't believe our people will. That's who you need. That's who you need. That's what we need. You have enough people thinking like that, we get anything done that we can even conjure or imagine. We're not waiting on everybody else. But we sit around. What was the end of that comment? Shannon Sharp did and watch God go to work. A white man can't touch Shannon Sharp. Oh, we don't know that. That's why I said we got to look at his business structure and his infrastructure, Robert, because he could be completely immersed in white devils because he obviously trusts them and likes them. He sat up there with fucking Skip Bayless, you know, and he's connected to various white people. He's at mixers. He doesn't feel the same way about them that I do. So that's scary in itself. Cheryl, Cat Williams is that dude. He's one of my favorite comedians. I must say I'm more impressed with the behind the scenes stuff that comes out about him that we've learned and are learning than I am with his comedy. You know, as I've said, he's not my comedian. I'm not gonna say he's not funny. It's just not interesting to me. But I'm beginning to like the human being that Cat Williams is, and that's far more important to, you know, and the way he's doing business. You know, I don't need to get to his comedy. You know, that's fine. Robert, what we lack as a people in this process of separation is belief and faith in ourselves. We as a people really don't believe we can separate from white people and be successful without them. And I saw Pastor Gino Jennings. I was watching a recent piece from him. He has a huge congregation, and he stood right there and he's furthering this. It doesn't matter if you're black shit, and it doesn't matter if you're white, to a whole congregation. That's several generations we not gonna get that believe that shit. Instead of the white man is the devil, don't have shit to do with their bitch ass, turn and look towards each other, depend on each other, etc., etc. I tell you, it's these fucked up Christian pastors that are holding our shit back. You know, you don't want to know the plans I had for them. You don't want to know. There's some of you that do know. Son is testifying, Cheryl, on Cat, and testifying on you, Robert. And you say, imagine if Shannon Sharp would have believed he couldn't make it without Skip Bayless. He would still be there today being a slave and would have to put up with whatever Skip would put on him. But he also had to go through the fire. Because sometimes, as I've said to you, sometimes it all has to go straight to shit for you to be put in a different trajectory. Otherwise, you'll never do anything new. Think about you on your job right now. Whatever you do for a living right now, that you've been there maybe for years. You have no plan of doing shit else. You've already planned you're going to retire there, and you've already sort of pictured that's it. Something has to happen to upset that against your will. And now you'll do something else. Now you will. You know? By the way, son, maybe as much as we hate this move for you guys, maybe it turns out to be something fantastic that you otherwise wouldn't have gotten to but for what happened with, you know, what made you guys have to move and all of it. Cheryl to Son. That's Son to Cheryl. That's Cheryl to Son. And vice versa. Cheryl, Jedi, you are your best competitors and no one else. I think I am. You know, even when I had my 23,000 subscriber channel, you know, I didn't know that my rise was meteoric. I didn't know you didn't just get to 23,000 subscribers inside of 3 years. I didn't know that. Actually, 2.5. 2.5. We'll push it to 3 just in case. But you don't get that, you know. And I didn't know that. I just was doing me, as I always do, you know. Yeah, I'm a big believer in that, you know. Here's a simple example, something just simple for you. You know, my nephew, when he was still in high school, he won this contest. I showed it to you guys, and it seems like anytime I did anything with him, I would get some kind of strike on my channel, or it would get removed or something. I took him to fucking Red Robin, and we were just being stupid in the Red Robin, and they struck it for fucking music in the background and shit. Like, just, he was a bad luck curse for me. But I brought this video of him winning this contest, and he won, of course. He did Michael Jackson, Smooth Criminal. This kid hasn't really even danced in front of me, and I'm a choreographer. And when his mother called me and said, "Oh my God, Nasir won the contest," and I'm like, what? He had gone away by himself. Just found himself alone. Because I know what it is to go and put a performance together. It's just you in the mirror and the music. And now you're going to present something to an audience. I know what that is. Just that he had done that was enough for me. Before we get to now you're going to win, you know. But it speaks to that sense of just doing you. Just do you. That's all you need. And do your best. And the rest will take care of itself. That's it. You know, this performance that I released recently from back in the day when it was my first time. It's a whole long story. Anyways, it's me doing Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson's Bad. And I knew I killed it when I left that stage. Whether I won or lost, I won. But I knew I killed it. I knew I was prepared when I got up there and took that trench coat off. I know I'm prepared for that downbeat of that music. I'm ready. What? I'm ready. What I wasn't ready for is nearly breaking my ass. If you go back and watch that video, you could see my shoes are sliding around. It was very slippery up there. Like I might as well just been on ice. That really wrecked my performance, dude. Because there was things I couldn't articulate forcefully because I would have slid off and broke my ass. But I'm aware of that all when I'm performing, you know. But I knew I was prepared. But that's with anything that I've ever done. I know I'm ready. You just get prepared. Just be prepared. That's it. If you're prepared to your best ability, you're always going to be successful at anything you do. That I know. That I know. This is on to Cheryl. Jedi is the best, totally. I agree. You guys are just influenced. Cheryl, we are all our own competition, as should be at all times. Robert, right. Too much competition leads to envy. And envy is the mother of murder. No. You say too much competition leads to envy. No. If what I just articulated is in place, you can be in a competitive situation, but you're not competing. You just showed up prepared. I'm here to participate with my preparation, and then I'm done. You feel me? Although your point is still valid based on another mindset, someone who's in a different mindset and different heart space than myself. Yes, that would be valid. People who are out there competing. That is on to Cheryl. Right, too much. I read that. Oh, and that's on all levels. Remember Cain and Abel. Willa, a big shout out to you, Queen. I'm so pleased that you're here. I don't know when you left this comment. And I don't know if the time I'm saying actually tells me a timestamp. And I don't know if the timestamp I'm saying on here is in my time zone. So not understood. My timestamp on your comments is 8:39. It's 9:01. Robert, Farrakhan said we can uproot envy by practicing wanting for our brothers and sisters what we want for ourselves. I thought you were Muslim, but you're a nation of Islam. This proves it even further because the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ said, when the companions were asking him, who amongst us is the most faithful and loyal, Rasulullah? Please tell us, please tell us. He said, none of you believes. And he was speaking not just to his companions of that day, but any of us who would now be Muslim because of the revelation of Quran and the knowledge of the existence of the Prophet ﷺ. None believes until he wants for his brother that which he wants for himself. End quote. But see, you're studying Farrakhan, you're not reading the hadith of the Prophet Muhammad, Muhammad ibn Abdullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Son, Jedi, Will Smith and Martin Lawrence are here in Fort Lauderdale. Kill them. And now I'm kidding. And now in Miami filming their latest movie, Bad Boys 4. A lot of the streets are blocked off. Not surprised. Have you ever been in a setting where there's, I'm used to that. Like I'm used to that, dude. Like I live in California. You feel me? Like I'm used to shit being blocked off, and you can just pretty much go anywhere and movies are being filmed. You know, there was one year that Joseph was here visiting me when he still lived in Maryland. And at this particular time, I took him to Venice Beach, and as we were getting out of the car to go down onto the beach, I said, Joseph, you know, they film a lot of commercials and stuff down here, a lot of stuff you've seen in television and movies. You've seen this. As soon as you get down here on the boardwalk, you're gonna know, you recognize this. But more than that, every time from now on, when you see this, you can say, I was there. Sure enough, we get down there, and there is one of this comedian, Mo Rocca from Jay Leno's The Tonight Show, doing jaywalking, and interviewed us. We were going to be on the show, but a writer strike happened, so we're somewhere on the cutting room floor. I'm over it, and I'm bitter. Moving on. Original US, can you sum up your thoughts on the judge's articles? I can't believe the requirements are elementary level math and choosing the biggest number. I don't know what them letters are. ETC, OMG. I thought I had done the summation, quite frankly, US, but I just will say that, you know, it's some bullshit. And as I said in the piece, I thought that maybe if we look at those counties where they're most saturated, we're going to see that it's black people that are being most victimized by their presence and therefore their rulings, etc. Yeah, I really don't have a whole lot more to add to it. You know, it's a shame. You know, lives are being ruined. It's just a damn shame, you know. The same thing happened with Floyd Mayweather. This is Robert. He let his slave master go, Bob somebody white devil, and he became the man. He is his own boss, and he calls all the shots, and he is a billionaire, free at last. But it starts at home, you see. But the fact just that he had this Bob person for any length of time. He should have known this, had this knowledge before he even started his career. He should have known this when he was just a stinker, when his draw still smelled like piss. You feel me? I mean, we have to get there, man. Our being pies in the Nation of Islam pork free. I can't swear to that, Robert. At least not here on the West Coast. Not them brothers on Crenshaw. I just can't swear to it. Because I'm that dude that would buy 3 just for me. Like, I'm going to share with somebody else another one. But these 3 are for me only. Like, I will sit and eat an entire bean pie by myself. Is that, oh my God. You know? Oh, they're so, oh my God, they're so good. There's nothing like them on the earth. On the earth. Once you've had bean pie, you know you had bean pie. That's it. Man. And then you have to be careful because some of the brothers, because I know they buy them, or sometimes they give them to them, but sometimes you take so many, but you owe the mosque so much. You're going to make a portion, they're going to make a portion. And some of them, they really take care of their pies, you know. So luckily, after I had a few bad experiences, I had to ask the brother, look, when was these pies made? When did you get them? Etc. You feel me? I mean, but they're so good. Oh my God, I can't even. Moving on. In my sadness and my loss. Son, Jedi, that's true. Could be something good out of our move. I hope so, yeah. You know? Especially when your trajectory is moved completely out of view of anything you would have done on your own. That's usually a sign. Something else. Something else. Something else. Cheryl, I think going to go see the latest Bad Boys sequel. Oh, that's Tassan. Well, I'll answer too. Like, whatever. I mean, it's not my thing, you know. Like, I mean, I don't know, man. Like, that's one of the movies. If somebody else is going and they're like, you should just come with us. Okay, I'll go. You know, like, I wouldn't just be like, ooh, gotta go see it. You know, but I'm also not mad that they're trying to milk this franchise, you know, yet again. Like, do a Bad Boys 50 if you need to. You know, I'm here for that. It's just, you know. Cheryl, yes. Jedi, let's talk about your Michael Jackson performance. Talk amongst yourselves. This is son to Cheryl. Willa, you're in mountain time. So that means this, I don't know what mountain time is. So is there 2 hours difference between me and you, Willa, or 1? It's not 3. I think it's 2 or 1. It's 9:09. What time is it for you right now? Son, we here in Florida. Yeah, I know y'all time, son. I know that East Coast time. / Southern. Son, Jedi, my husband died and I cannot even get close to them. A lot of security. Yeah. And the bigger the production and the bigger the stars, the worse it is. And then also but Florida, and then also if you someplace where they're not used to having movies shot, then it can be a little outrageous. But they do a lot of filming in Florida, to my understanding, you know, especially if they can't shoot something in California. That's one of their other go-tos because it looks just the fuck like California, you know, palm trees. And yeah, if I was there, I could show you how to get close to everything, though, son. I'm very good at that. Like, I'm just very good at that. I always have been, you know. It's the same as I've told you guys. I've never been in a structure where somebody famous is there and I don't meet them and have a conversation with them. It just does not happen. If they're there, I'm going to meet them and I'm going to have a conversation with whoever the star is, whoever it is. I'll meet them. I will. You know, one time Joseph was out here and we were at this spot somewhere in LA. Uh, it was kind of upscale. Anyways, there's this guy. He's 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 been on Entertainment Tonight. He's on. I think he used to be on one of these fashion shows, and uh, he was on The Real a few times presenting. His name is Stephen Kochikaru. Stephen Kochikaru. I have to see his last name to say it. I'm close, I know. Stephen Kochikaru. Then they just started calling him Kojo, which I fucking hate. Because his name has pizzazz to it. It's kind of like Dolce & Gabbana, Armani, Versace, you feel me? Kochikaru, you know, just... So I saw Stephen, and I go, Joseph, because Joseph doesn't know who people are. I go, Joseph, that dude is such and such, such and such. We're going to meet him, so just prepare. And sure enough, we met Stephen, you know. And, yeah, I'm just like that. I'm not going to be... I'm famous, shit. You know, they should be lucky I'm there. That they should be lucky they're meeting me. You know. So it's just about your perspective. Son, around the cast and crew of Will Smith. Yeah, somebody that big you're not getting near. Without a whole lot of... Because they before they even set the location of filming, there's a whole infrastructure built for somebody like a Will Smith to keep the public away, you know. And then because it's a sequel to a franchise movie, they don't want you getting shots of that star in any particular costume that may give some hint of what the movie, you know, just, I mean, it's very, very tight, very tight, very tight, very tight. Cheryl, you will be missed because you will be leaving us here in South Florida in 2 weeks' time. Christopher Moody, a shout out to you, saying the name is Bob Arum on your Mayweather thing. Son to Cheryl. Robert Farrakhan told us that many times of what the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, or that we are not Muslim unless we want for our brothers and sisters what we want for ourselves. But then why don't you just quote the Prophet instead of Farrakhan? I know why I'm being rhetorical, but I want you to challenge your own self. Cheryl Tistan. Oh, I'm kind of nosy now. Did you kind of see the Bad Boys crew or Martin Lawrence and Will Smith close up? I'm here in Miami-Dade County. Willa. So that means you're only 1 hour difference from me, Willa. I like that. That's good. Yeah. Because it's 10:15 there now. By the way, 10:15 is also the 10 code for an inmate. Cheryl, you need a new space. It will all work out for you up. Oh, that's Tassan. Robert, you got to understand that Farrakhan speaks to all of our... I know that. I was at the Million Man March, homie. Not just... I know. Listen, y'all don't have enough to fill the National Mall. There was 2 million of us out there. 90% of those people had no affiliation with anything Islamic, whether it be Nation of Islam, Orthodox Islam, their mama was Muslim. I know. I got you. I know. Do you listen to me, Robert? How many times did I sit up here and offered my entire soul saying how much I love him? He is like a father or a grandfather to me. It would be such a sad day when he dies. He totally loves our people. He speaks for us, etc., etc. On and on I've gone. So I know this. He's all of us. And I've said he's the only black leader that we have. If they want to say somebody's a black leader, that's the dude. That's it. He's the only one. And everybody knows it. That's why people that aren't, most black people are not affiliated with the Nation of Islam. But most black people fuck with Farrakhan. You feel me? Who else can, listen, when we went to that first Million Man March, remember there's no cell phones. We found out on a flyer, as did most people. A flyer. No one else can do that. Assemble 2 million brothers plus, because they didn't just come by themselves. 2 million plus people on a flyer in a short amount of time. Only Farrakhan. Only him. And it's a shame that he is not Orthodox Muslim, because if he was, he would lead the Islamic world, certainly on the American side. Because there would be no imam that could touch him or touch, that could even compete. He's so dynamic, man. Cheryl says, I need to move out of Miami. Oh my God. I will go past y'all conversation just for a minute here. Jedi, let's talk about you having a conversation with your wife, Janet. It's all love. It would, I think, it'd be something nice if you could interview her. Don't I wish? Closest I ever got to Janet was the second time I went to her Rhythm Nation concert. I think that was the second concert, is when, it might have been the first one. I have to go back and do the chronology. That I told you guys, Renee, her then boyfriend / husband, we didn't know it at the time, gave us front row tickets. And when she sang Let's Wait a While, she goes, you guys, I need somebody to sing the song to. And she was walking back and forth. And my lung is hanging out. I'll never forget that. Wow. We're in the front row. Center. And she comes over and sits down on the stage in front of me. Her legs were hanging over, and she sang Let's Wait a While. We were singing it, and just, I couldn't believe it. Just, Janet saw me. You feel me? She knew I existed. So our lives have intersected. You know, there's that. Then, as I told you, I met her mother. I have her mother's autograph here. Then one of my ex-girlfriends became friends with Michael. Used to go to Neverland Ranch. There's that 6 degree of separation thing they called it, or whatever. Then when I was impersonating Michael professionally, his law firm, the head attorney, the senior partner, they were having his 40th birthday party. It was in Century City, and the Die Hard building is there, where the Die Hard, Bruce Willis Die Hard, like the fucking, and so the firm is there. So anyways, but that's where they hired a Michael Jackson impersonator, and I was the dude. And when I was done performing, they took me up to the offices, and I saw pictures of Michael that no one would ever see. And they got pictures of me with the Pepsi can, and they told me that even though Michael took these Pepsi campaigns, he didn't drink soda. So when they said the Jesus juice shit with the molestation, I knew that was a lie. I had first-hand information from his attorney, unsolicited, just shared it as just an offhanded detail. Knowledge converging. So years later, you tell me that Michael Jackson's putting wine into Coke cans for kids? Bullshit. Don't get me started. Um, Robert, anybody in the Nation of Islam still eating pork is a hypocrite. Well, they're kind of all hypocrites in some ways, Robert, if you really want to just nail it down to it, brother. A lot of it is unbeknownst and unintentional, and would get time out of the mosque for that. We don't use or eat pork or any of its products. Hell no. Cheryl, interview with Janet Jackson, Jedi dream interview. First, marriage and honeymoon with Janet first. Like a repeat. So I'm saying, 'cause we already married. Don't get it twisted. Feel me? We already married. I mean, that's known. I could show you the marriage certificate right now if I want to. But if I want to, I don't want to. I'm in Cali, Willa. I'm in sunny Southern California. Angeline R. A big shout out to you, Queen. In fact, let me scan down because I got people that I don't know and just, I mean, like, and stuff. I need to remember to do that more often so that people can get their shout outs. And yeah, so I should occasionally scan to look for new people, like, that don't have as much to say, you know. Angeline, a shout out to you. That's the son. Son to Cheryl. Cheryl Farcon is my elder grandmaster teacher. I love that. I love that, Cheryl. That's so perfect. My elder grandmaster teacher. I love it. Jedi, weren't you a backup dancer for Janet back in the day? Of course. I thought you said that years ago. No, I had a group at a sister that I've shown you guys the pictures. I have to find some way to show them to you again now. And I have the video, but I have to see if I can get that cleared now that they have a better way of you knowing if stuff is okay before you upload it on a recorded video. But my friend Theo Lynn, her brother, her name is Theo Lynn. She had a twin brother named Theo. So it's Theo and Theo Lynn. Anyway, she looks just like Janet Jackson. Like, just like her. I'm mad that really the pictures don't do any justice because, and really to her own, it's her damn fault. Because the night I met her, she was the stunning spit. Y'all remember What Have You Done For Me Lately? When Janet is in the gold blouse and the over jacket and the granny boots and the leggings, the hair, the brooch even, she came through, that was her. And I fainted nearly. And then all of a sudden, her clothes weren't, you know, like when we went to do Control. If you go back and watch the Control performance when Janet did it on the American Music Awards, that whole outfit she was wearing, which New Edition copied and started wearing, put the pocket on the side, it's a whole thing, water stained taffeta, don't want to get into it. There's lawyers, and I'm bitter about it. I'm probably going to get a check. But anyway, that was fitting on Janet, you know, in a specific way. And she showed it with something that just looked sloppy. I'm like, that's not what you not under. And then the hair wasn't. Anyway. So I assembled a team of dancers around her, including myself, to be that silhouette and image. And then we had an agent, and we went all over slaying. I don't care. And you must realize back then everybody and their mother was trying to do Janet Jackson until we showed up. And then it was over because you'd have some sister that didn't look shit like Janet showing up saying they doing Janet Jackson. Okay, you're doing Janet Jackson, whatever. You know, no shade, but it just got a little hat. little old, you know. People want to see Janet. They really want to see it. And I was watching some old episodes that I didn't know existed on YouTube of the show that used to be on back in the day called Putting on the Hits, which we were on and we won. And when we did Control, Alan Fawcett, the host, said to me, he came up to us, said, "You're the choreographer." I said, "I'm the choreographer." He said, "I just watched Janet Jackson do that. I saw her do that at the American Music Awards." I go, "I know, because I have that on tape, and I saw you in the audience. I know you were there." But he was offering that to say, I saw her do this with my own eyes, and now you guys just murdered it to death. Like, that was Janet Jackson. I just saw exactly what I saw at the American Music Awards. Highest compliment anybody could give me. Highest compliment. Because at the time we won that, I had only worked with them for probably 2 weeks on that particular choreography. And that choreography for that performance that she did on the award show for Control was, well, all of Janet's choreography is very specific. But that was harder to teach. Oh, it's giving me nightmares again. You know, there's this there's one part when she goes, now I'm all grown up. Then it's over. You can't see my arm, but there's these flyaways. But the head is with the hand. The hand goes up. The head goes up. They go together. I don't know if you can see my arm. Fuck, you can't see my arm. But they move like this, right? With the hand extended though. In fact, I do them on the Michael Jackson thing. If you go back and watch that, the last moves that I do in that performance, I'm doing those flyaways, I call them. Then it switches. Couldn't get people to do that right. And it doesn't look right if your lines are wrong. So if somebody's got their arm down here or it's a whole thing. Anyways, it was 2 weeks of teaching them that choreography and we killed it. Come on. So but my friend Tina was Janet's choreographer, and her best Ace Boom Boom was in the Amazon Lifetime, whatever that was, that documentary Janet did. Yeah, Tina Landon. My sisters used to go to bingo with her mother, and we went to high school together. And when I started first going out to dance clubs with my sisters, girls wouldn't dance with me. If I got out there and really did what I could do, you know, Tina would dance with me, you know. And they have a dance studio out where we lived. Like, you know, so there's that, again, that degree. When Janet first started her tour, I called Tina, but they were in Europe already. I got her boyfriend. He was like, "I'll tell her to call you." I didn't believe him. Sure enough, Tina called me. And I was like, "Tina, you got to get me tickets, because this is Janet Jackson's first tour." Everybody and their mother wanted a ticket. Everybody and their mother. And she was like, we don't even know if we're gonna have tickets for people yet. Like, it's so new. We haven't got any information about tickets yet. I'll see what I can do, etc., etc. Well, they're in Europe. They're touring. She couldn't get back to me. We ended up buying tickets, but Allah fixed it. Because when we showed up to the Great Western Forum in Inglewood, that's when I met Rene Elizondo. And I'd already spoken to him on the phone. And now we're meeting, and I'm like, I made him remember who I was, blah, blah, blah. He goes, "Let me see the tickets you guys have," as he says, if you need to inspect them or something. And then out of his Italian fucking suit, he gives us front row tickets. And then after we're seated, he comes down while house lights are still on and apologizes that he couldn't get me any closer. I go, "You kidding me, man? We're in the front row." He was just, you know, being funny, but yeah, it was a gift. It was a gift. It was a gift. Son, I love when you are talking about Janet, not Oprah. Damn it. Cheryl, "Let's Wait a While" is a beautiful song. It is. Son, yes. Oh, that's to Cheryl. Cheryl, what was Michael Jackson's attorney's name? Anthony Barish. I missed your stating his name. His name was Anthony Barish, and it was his 40th birthday. And they assured me that Michael would see the pictures. They were very impressed. And as I've said, the big advantage I had, because the video you guys, that last one that I released of me doing bad, that's what set it off. In that video, I don't have any makeup on. Just my melanin, the light hitting my melanin was enough, you know. And I changed colors. I lighten and I darken. I was a very yellow child when I was born. And I piecemealed the outfit together, but that reaction to me was unbelievable. I can't even, it was hysteria. But that's when I came back to LA, and I called our agent that we had doing Janet. I said, I do Michael Jackson now. So there. And I started doing Michael. But that set it off. I saw people responded. But my advantage was I am a dancer, but I'm also a mimic. So every walk, every gesture, everything, the incidental stuff, not just the dance moves, you gotta get that too. So people don't see you, they see him. You know? How many people have seen that video over the years since I've done it and go, are you sure that's not Michael? You hear them say my name at the end. Damn. I can't. I can't. Nobody could out-mimic me with him. I met a lot of impersonators. They had bigger budgets. They had better clothes and looked more like Michael, and a few things, but they didn't have it. That was given to me. That was given to me. But the advantage I also had is because there were many things when I began to study him that I already had that were like him, that we were just alike in many ways as human beings. Forget who he was. Just, I'm like that dude. So that served me as well. In fact, the attorneys, when I performed for this Anthony Barish person, he said, you're one of the finest Michael Jackson impersonators I've ever seen in my life. That was very heavy coming from someone who literally knew Michael Jackson. Robert, Michael also practiced the How to Eat to Live books by the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. You're killing me to death with this. Brother Wesley Snipes said Michael had those books. But Michael was also connected to Bubba Dick Gregory, understands. You understand? Who was the guru of all the eat whatever, you know what I'm saying, before, I mean, so we have to put things in perspective, you know. Cheryl, Funny How Time Flies is my all-time favorite from Janet. It's not my all-time favorite. I have a few from her, but I think her most beautiful song, the song that every time I hear it, I don't care how many times I'm going to hear it, it's just like, it's like a fresh wind, is Again, you know. Man. That's to me and San. Damn, oh Lord, do you guys agree? Jedi and Sandra, please let me know. Literally dying for you guys to tell me. You're killing me, Cheryl. Yeah, again, I think is, you know, I mean, okay, we'll just say in slow songs. Because Janet has quite the library of music, and there's a lot of stuff I love. But in her ballads, I'm going to have to say Again. Yeah. I heard from, no, take it down. I heard from a friend today, and she said you were in town. Suddenly the memory came back to me in my mind. How can I be strong? I've asked myself. It's very breathy. Time and time. I can't get there. I'm over it. The Nation of Islam, Robert, is best nation raised up for men, for black men. We enjoin good and forbid evil. That is the Muslim. Son to Cheryl. Cheryl to son. Alhamdulillah. I have an assignment for you. Listen to it after Jedi's live broadcast tonight. And I'm about to land. I'm just going to read these last comments, you guys, because we're over 4 hours. Not that I care. It's a Friday, but Robert, well, Jedi, you go close to vanity, so you can't, I think you meant God. Did you mean God? So you can't have your cake and eat it too. Oh, all my women know Janet come first. Feel me? They all know. They don't have no problem with it. I would take vanity over Janet. Really? But in some ways, I think I might be related to the Jacksons. Well, it's not far-fetched, Robert. You know, given our history as Africans, I know that my family is related to Michelle Obama's. I know it. Like, we can get out the DNA sticks now and just start swabbing, because my sister Jamila looks like Michelle Obama. Michelle Obama is from the south side of Chicago. We're from the south side of Chicago. Before I came to Earth, my family's last name was Robinson. Her last name is Robinson, before she married Barack. Barack talks about, Michelle's got family all over Chicago. She knows everybody, you know. And we have family that was extended that we never met, and some we weren't in contact with, and things like that. There was a buddy of mine that I went to school with in 8th grade, and then we were in high school. I don't think we went to the same high school, but I ended up going to his prom because this sister had asked me to take her to her prom. But then, now I'm in college, and he shows up at this dance spot we used to go to, and it's like, we're related, man. Talked to my Uncle Frank back in Chicago, who used to work for Dolly Madison. He couldn't have known that. Like, what? I mean, the white man has fucked us up so bad, we don't know who we are and where we come from and who we're related to. You understand? So you absolutely could be related to the Jacksons. It's not a ridiculous thing at all. At all. At all. Because there's a Robinsons and Jacksons in fucking Africa to this day, bitch. Understand that. You see? So just that alone. You see? Just that alone. So when you have the same name as, that means your people were owned by those same people. You know, I think we're also related to Ray Charles. I think that's why my father and Ray Charles clicked when they got together. They were both self-made. They both are from the South. They both were sharecroppers. Parents were sharecroppers. Ray Charles didn't like everybody at all. He was kind of a diva. But him and my father clicked just like that. And I somewhere have a full interview that my dad did in Europe. Back then, everything you said, they wrote everything in the paper. Nothing was edited. So my father had a little something. But when they got off the plane, they were interested in my dad and not Ray Charles, and that did not go over well. But I used to, if you see pictures of my dad and Ray Charles, you go. Plus, Ray Charles taught himself how to play piano. My father taught himself how to play guitar, and they both became great. We're probably related to him, probably. At the very least, the same people own your people that own my father's people. Or my people, us. However we want to word it, you know. Jedi, you always had a talent that you managed to tap into. Your singing and dancing, the whole shebang. It was in me, you know, from my father. When my mom was pregnant with me, my father was playing music. So obviously that penetrated into the fetus, you know, to the embryo. And I just came forth with music, you know, but at some point you pick it up. So in 3rd grade, I picked up the violin, and then in 5th grade, I picked up the French horn, you know, And then my singing and dancing came later. I discovered it, you know. My family used to always put on shows when I was growing up, and I was always in those shows, but not seriously. I mean, I was in it. I enjoyed it, but I'm just doing it. It was more mechanical for me, more than an investment of myself. And that's one of the reasons why I love Janet, because my brother used to sing falsetto around the house. In fact, when I heard Earth, Wind, and Fire, I thought it was my brother. I thought that's my brother on the radio then. It must be, because he's the only person I had heard sing Reasons. Reasons! The reasons that we're here! His falsetto is better than mine, and mine is not as good as it can be. But I just thought that's my brother. That's him. My brother could sing, all my siblings can sing, and my sister that died allegedly of COVID, that was 1 year older than me, she was the Celine Dion of the family. Like, she was Whitney, Celine, Mariah. I don't say it because it's my sister. She had that she could go there and do that. And she was too hateful to do it. I think she didn't pursue it just to spite us. Every time I say, be here, you could go and you could. I don't want to. I'm singing for the Lord. Just because she knew it was something I wanted. And she hated me since we were born. You know. But then I started singing, you know. I mean, I would sing other people's songs and artists and stuff like that. But when Janet, her music connected to me on a personal level, because her music was about me. And so I would just sing along in falsetto. I couldn't sing out. You know, that came with Michael. You know, I had to learn. But once I found my voice, I was on my way. You know, so. And dancing, you know, I got to give that to Paula Abdul, because I could dance, but I couldn't dance. And she opened up a whole new understanding of movement. People don't realize how revolutionary Paula Abdul is to dance. I can't even tell you. Wow. I don't know if she's gotten, you know, the Kennedy Center shit and the bullshit and all that. She needs to be getting some lifetime achievements and some Alvin Ailey awards and some things, because Paula Abdul changed dance on planet Earth by herself. You look at something like Nasty. Damn it, I wish you could see me. But that, I can't even do it. You can't see it. But just, she changed dance, man. She changed dance. You're like, what did they just do? What combination was that? What? And they're on the end count? What? I mean, it was just, it's ridiculous what she does. I can't tell it to you. It's too much. Too much. Jedi, that song you just sang from Janet just now, I'm familiar with. Was it the name? What is the name of the song? It's called Again, and it's from Poetic Justice, and she was nominated for an Oscar for Best Song for that, which I was there to receive and stuff. Cheryl, no worries, it's all love. That's Tassan. Cheryl, Reasons, the live version by Earth, Wind, and Fire is fire. I love that freaking song. My favorite one from them in that era is Every Man Has a Place. In his heart there's a space, and the world can't erase his fantasy. Whatever's happened to my voice right now. That was pitchy and high and clipped. Very sharp, but I love that. And last one, Cheryl, prayers that your internet issue will be corrected. Queen Son, you were having internet problems? My internet just went completely out. I just got back on, and you are very welcome. Oh, crap, son. Well, I'm landing. So, what's today? Friday. So, maybe we get a chance to do something before the weekend is out, you guys. You know, as I told you guys, I became a godfather not too long back. And I see that my godson really wants my time. And I understand that. I've learned that already in my life. So I'm prepared for this moment to meet this understanding, this reality that I'm confronted with. Because somewhere back in my life, I learned that children really just want your time. That's what they remember. They won't remember the train set you bought them. They won't remember it because they tore it up in 5 minutes anyways. But they remember your time. That's what he wants to monopolize, is my time. So I'm new at this, which will be enough, but it's also in a chapter in my life where I'm trying to move a lot of chips on the board. So I'm asking Allah for the guidance to make me successful at this for him, you know, because the privilege to be able to affect the life of another young soul, I don't know if there's anything greater than that, you know, and to be worthy to be asked is its own accolade and privilege. So I'm deeply honored in a way that I can't express to you. Deeply, deeply honored. Deeply honored. So, and he doesn't understand adult time. Like you could be tired, or you got other stuff you need to do. Rightly so. He don't care nothing about none of that. It's about him. Oh man, he's everything, dude. He'll leave you messages. Baba Abdullah, I tried to call you to answer your phone. I don't like that. I don't understand why you don't call me every night to say good night. But I know this is just out of his pureness. I need to get in fucking line. Do you understand? I need to get in line and get it together. Do you understand? That's what I need to do. So I want to say again, first to my moderators, thank you guys for your constant presence. It's part of the reason why I make you moderators. You know, my people that have stuck with me, been faithful, who do look out for me. And so a big shout out to all my moderators. A shout out to some of the new names that I saw tonight. I can't remember them now, but shout out to you all. Hopefully you'll join the channel and stick around to be a part of our family. And because we kind of do have that, you know. And that's one of the things with leadership. It's what you set the tone is what anything is going to be, whether you're a parent or a manager or a CEO or a boss. It doesn't matter, you know, a neighbor. You know, it's just about setting that tone of what it is. And yeah, we got a good crew here. I don't know what else I need to say. I'll think about it when we're done. When I get off, I should have said such and such. So I'll just have my note, this little note thing that you can just, you know, so that when it does, I can put that and then remember to say that when we convene again. My weekend is not crazy. We could be together again tomorrow. I don't want to say it out loud because anytime I say it, it doesn't happen. So I'm not saying it. That's why I just pop up, because when I say it, it doesn't happen. If I had said this today, I wouldn't be here right now. It wouldn't. Story of my life. I do love you all. And again, I say thank you all for coming and being a part of the stream. He's 6, Cheryl. He's 6 and he's so precious. Man, he reminds me of all the reasons why I will never give up my child side of myself. You know, I'm a big kid, man. I make no bones about that. And yeah, he's eternally special. He's just really something, man. He's just wow. Wow. Okay, I'm out. Willa, also good to see you. That just came to me. What else? That's it. Inshallah, we'll get, if we get a chance to get together tomorrow, you guys, so shall it be. But we leave it in the hands of Allah. Have a good evening, rest well, and good night. This is the Jedi.